Hello, we're just gonna filibuster this ad. We got an ad starting. We're just gonna starting soon screen through until we filibuster it. Today I'm learning to boat. I'm boating. I'm learning how to boat safety. I've not actually taken a boat safety course before, but in Canada, in order to boat, you need to take a course, and so I'm taking a course, and hopefully I don't get DMCA'd by litigious course people, boat course people. If it is, it's fine. I need to boat safety. I'm sure there'll be some things that I know about, like, you know, aft and etc. But like, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing today. We are boat maxing. I don't know. Is that what the kids do these days? Boat maxing. I'm going to get life jacket pilled and boat maxed. Something like that. That's what we're doing. Right now we're Chad. I don't know how to do that kind of I'm a tourist in the lingo of some of the most weird, toxic, you know, bullshit that is like mostly just become a weird parody of its former self, except maybe not as much as it should be. So hunting safety, yes. Well, I've not hunted anything except like punching crabs, and you don't need a license for that. I mean, maybe in Canada you need a license for punching crabs, but in shrimp land, I don't think you need a license for punching crabs. There you go. See? No license required. Just fresh, juicy carapace. Juicy carapace. Come to think of it. Vaguely curious about something. While we're filibustering the Twitch ad, how's the YouTube channel doing? Nope. 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 I actually don't know how to, No, I thought my battle.net account was connected to it. Turns out it's not. It's just, that's something you can connect to it. That's interesting. Like, you know, what... The very short list of organizations that have decided to make official YouTube, you know, account integrations at some point. It's MLBB. What is Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Is some game, some weird game. And then besides that, it's like the NBA, Garena and Krafton, who I assume are video game companies. Yeah, NBA, NFL, PUBG, Riot Games, Ubisoft, Yahoo Fantasy, like leagues, and Activision, and Battle.net, NEA. Not Steam. Huh. All right. Neat. Let's see. Bop, 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 bop. Hello, Arfer. Greetings to the Arfer. I'm learning to boat today. How are you doing? Long time no see. I'm getting my boat license. Well, maybe we'll grind through today. I don't know. There's a weird thing with like these like courses that, you know, they force you to stay on the page for a certain amount of time. But, you know, that's just more content. So yeah. But yeah, we're in ad break. I mean, we just started. Actually, we're not in ad break. We can come out of ad break. We're not in any kind of ad break whatsoever. But hello. How you doing? Ads did finish, yes. We are no longer in ads. I can show up. I'm gonna just be here. We don't need to be here. You can be here. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hi. Hi, hello, hi, hello, hello. Hi. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Yes. I arrived. I've been here the whole time. I don't know where you've been. But hello. Hi. Hi. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, I'm looking over here because I'm trying to adjust the... Okay. Oh, you know what I could have used with a mouse pad? Okay. Hi. Hello. Greetings. Hello. I'm gonna learn how to do a boat. That's today's stream. We're gonna boat. Also, I'm doing good. There's Oshi Uplink coming up this weekend, and you know I've been. Oh man, I'm getting prepared for that. Mostly by like I want to start some local jong, and I'm gonna like propose this to the local VTuber collective once I meet them at Oshi Uplink, right? Like I'm gonna, now that I live here, I'm like, you know, it's like, oh hey, they have a VTuber convention in the neighborhood, just in time for me to come here. And so I just need to go there and do the same thing that happened at Offkai, which is just convince them to be local jongs. Just jong locally. We need to bring everybody in for mahjong. In fact, I think I might even do a mahjong like on Friday. But like I opened up Moshsoul for the first time to like on Nice Eggy's stream the other day, and I pull it out, and then I get like a frickin' like Rinshan Kaiho into like a immediate like 13 Orphans Yakuman immediately. In like one, it's like 3 hands. I just like, you know, pull out my random Yakuman because, you know, it was something that I should have gone for, but like, it's so funny. Anyway, I am going to be setting things up. I have, I'm going to put together a collab where, you know, you guys are one of the 4 mahjong players, and we're going to figure out, yeah, no, I mean, we're gonna have Twitch plays mahjong, and I'm gonna write something so that it will filter out mahjong related like comments from the chat, so that we can still like have chat and not, you know, you can still like have your normal discussions, but also, you know, play mahjong and like, you know, basically do in chat votes on like which tile to deal out, and so it'll be a lot of fun. Did that play? I think that played. I think we got the notification noise because when I turn off streamer mode, because I want to actually message somebody. All right, mode. Turn it back on. The much better feature about streamer mode, by the way, than the privacy thing or whatever, right? Is just like muting every notification. Like this, people are, it's like, oh yeah, no, we're putting in streamer mode so that, you know, we can have privacy and like, you know, mute. I actually like don't stream my Discord. And even if I do, I think mostly, I mean, even if I do, like people's usernames are, you know, usually known anyway. So like, yeah, but yeah, no, this is we're gonna have like some fun stuff. I am bringing mahjong back in the VTuber community. I think it has gone away for far too long, and I shall drag its fetid corpse out from like wherever, you know, pile of like, you know, tiles it has died in, and I'm gonna pull it back, and then this is going to become, the old friend slop shall become the new friend slop. Because I think, like, in some ways it was, like, a fun sort of friend slop. I don't know. It's like, you know, dogs playing bridge, right? Like, honestly, that like dogs playing bridge painting is really just a preview of VTubers playing Mahjong. I mean, like, so many of them are canine anyway, so I don't know, it's just wild animals playing Mahjong. It's the same game. I mean, there are even games that are based on it. Hello, Nanomancer. Greetings. I'm working on getting my my Canadian boating license today. So we're gonna do a boating course. I'm gonna learn things about boat, and we're gonna see a bunch of like pictures of, you know, let's see. I mean, I can just jump into it right now, can't I? All right, we're starting with the general terminology for Canadian. I can just start. Yeah. Here we go. You'll boat me. Let me see. Where is I should go into some who's random collab channel. Well, I'll just comment here on my own channel collab channel. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. Here we go. And jump in there, and yeah, we're gonna look at boat. Where's the boat? We have the boat. Ooh. Why does it always take time to load? Okay. Yes. So, yeah. How big is this? Is this sufficiently large? Is it large and in charge? In charge? Charge? Make it huge. All right. Huge boat stuff. All right. We're getting our pleasure craft operator card. So I need to get the Transport Canada authorized boating safety test in order to obtain a pleasure craft operator card. And there's like a 7 chapter thingamabobber that I need to do. I should talk about updates. 3D models coming along, figuring out my tracking solutions. I don't know that most people use hand tracking that is like, you know, I think, okay, so webcam hand tracking, I think, is like gotten quite good. However, I'm an insane person, and so I'm going to try to do some sort of weird, like, IRL bullshit that I think would not actually work with a webcam setup, right? Even though webcam hand tracking is a lot better, because, like, I need to be able to put my hands behind my back in some of the weird bullshit setups that I'm going to be doing, including possibly on a boat. We may have a stream from boat. This may be a thing that happens. But believe it, .tape.io, I think, yeah. So this is actually related to streaming. I'm not just getting a, you know, boater operator card for the hell of it. I am, you know, you can hold me to this. My strong intention is to stream from boat. Although, unfortunately, I think the trackers come at the end of the boating season, at least here. I mean, you know, we'd be able to do it in, like, could do it in, like, some other place, like BC or whatever, yeah. I'm fleeing to the ocean. I'm from the ocean. What do you expect? Like, you know, it's like, of course I'll stream from a boat. I'm just fleeing to the surface. Oh, wait, have you seen this? We're here already. Where do you think you've been the entire time? Where does this look like land? I'm not going, I'm just going up, you know, I'm just rising. You know, I'm going upstairs. It's just car of sea. So I'm going in the autos and vehicles category on YouTube. I'm doing car of sea. Welcome to car of sea. I should put my thing here because I don't expect anybody to, but yes. Here we go. Yeah. No, so we're doing boat. We're gonna be doing boat, and should be fun. Where can I stick all my? Where can I stick all my weird like windows and shit to make this make sense? Okay, cool. All right, neat. All right. So let's go back to the boat page. Oh my god, that's not the right button. Okay, that's a gaming button. I am genuinely very excited for a lot of the stuff that I am like planning to do this year. I think like now that the living situation is locked down, I feel like I'm going to be able to do a lot more of the weird bullshit that I'd like to be doing for streaming. Because that is kind of like the thing that is, well, it's the thing that gets me up in the morning when it comes to like I love, well, I mean I love VTubers, I love VTubing. Actually, hold on. Speaking of which, before we continue with this, I'm doing one VTuber. I'm doing today's VTuber because I haven't done today's VTuber yet. So we're gonna do today's VTuber. Let's start with I don't know. We've been just throw out Grimmy there as the first person. I know Grimmy has actually, I think, already been. All right, not in indie, in English, not male, in some gen, some branch, and some unit in English. YouTube only, I think. Probably YouTube only. This is almost certainly a Holostar. A person who is active. Not American. I'm going to... And humanoid... Human? Humanoid human. Okay. I think Regis Altair has existed already in this. I'm gonna try Regis Altair. Okay. Second gen Holostars English. Gen 1 Holostars English active. Okay, well then it's just red guy. It's just Axel. I thought Axel Sirius was. Hold on. Wait, what? I thought it was only those. Oh, it's not. Oh, wait, yeah. Their Gen 1 had like 2 halves. Okay, hold on. Wait. Is it Bonzo and Haka? Okay. I thought he was in the Gen 2 of their... oh, no. Well, I got the right gen. Also, but don't tell me that Bonzo and Haka and, like, Axel Sirios are humanoid. Those are clearly cat ears. Those are clearly cyberpunk, like, animal ears, and, like, you know, you're not... Look. Far less, you know, far less Kimono Mimi VTubers in this have like gotten not humanoid human on this thing. I don't know. This is definitely a bird. Avian. You gotta put avian. There's feathers. There's literal feathers, right? What am I saying, right? No, I'm saying like Bonzo and Haka has feathers. Look at these feathers. You're gonna say theme species is human. Okay. Who's the lawyer? Josuji Shinri? I thought, no, but Josuji Shinri is American. Okay, well, I'm just guessing random Holostars left. Gerard, okay. Look. Gerard Rexford, I guess, like, is some manner of dinosaur, right? Yeah, Gerard is a dinosaur. Also, Gen 2, hold on. All right. Now I have to remember every Gen 1 Holostar. Fuck. There's 2 more. They had 8, right? They had 4 and 4. It's Josuji, Banzu, and Haka. And then obviously two of them graduated, right? And those were in Tempest anyway. Fuck. Now I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting the VTubers. This is how I know my mind is going, and then I'm going to be in like some sort of old Shrimp's home at some point, right? Because I'm, you know, when I start forgetting VTuber, when I start forgetting some of the thousands of VTubers. Okay. Oh yeah, Machina X Flayon. Sorry, it's too chuny of a name, which is kind of the point. Also, correct. Also, okay, I didn't. Today I learned apparently Machina X Flayon is VTuber period. Apparently Machina X Flayon is Canadian. There you go. Canadians are everywhere. They're just getting everywhere. It's like you just get Canadians all over you, and like you can't. I mean, okay, so I will grant that Machina X Flayon is in fact a humanoid. You know, the although I guess the thing about Machina X Flayon is that Machina is one of the most lesbian coded professions, which is enemy mech pilot. Yeah. Enemy mech pilot is of course the most, how dare he. I do wish that you could just like generate your own, because there's actually not, besides this like little two, you know, clip thing. Also, this is platform YouTube. This is clearly a Twitch link. This is obviously a Twitch stream. I don't know why, you know, it's like platform YouTube, but then like literally the thing that is there is like a Twitch stream, right? Like, so yeah. But yeah, this we got Machina X Flayon as our second VTuber. But how's audio? It says Twitch on it. Yeah. That's the word Twitch. That does not say Twitch here. Yeah. Am I too echoey now? Here, let me try this. Does that sound a little bit better? I'm worried that audio is good, assuming there isn't supposed to be... Is there no BGM? I guess I turned off BGM for... Yeah, okay. I turned off BGM for playing Slay the Spire automatically. But I don't really have anything set up to turn the BGM back on, except for, like, you know, the game end button, which I don't actually ever press. And, yeah. Okay, all right, we've done our VTuble. I don't know, there's other oobles that we could do. I don't know, there's Wordle, I guess. We can no, that's Wordle. Can do the random things. I feel like if I'm doing a boat thing, I might as well you know, do other random things like this. Purdy. Okay, there's an You are. I do like Octortle. I've done a lot of Octortle though. Lurch. Earl. Searle. No. Earl something? No. Earl. Merle. Purple. Neural. Unfurl. Burst. Like a thing that a burser. Oh, well, that's pretty unusual. Wait, no, there's no L in that. Fuck. Okay. Of course it's not burst. Furl. Okay. I completely forgot about the whole L thing. I just don't take the L's. There's no Y either. No, I know there's no Y. Wordle. Wordle. Uh, Furl, which is like feral, but like, you know, in a sort of cute way that you would say to Merle. Oh no! I had the right idea! There we go. Phew! I got few out of 6. The Washington Post crossword. Do they have the Washington Post crossword? Hold on. Let me grab the Washington Post crossword. Is that free? Can you see that? Do I do Mahjong handle? I don't do Mahjong handle. I guess I can do the Washington Post crossword. Sure. It's been an age since I did a crossword. My math teacher in high school used to write New York Times crosswords, I think. Play today's. It is black screening when it is loading? Is it trying to give me ads and is it not? Okay, here we go. All right. They're by the LA Times. Okay. What is with these circles? You want to see today's Mahjong handle? I have not actually played Mahjong handle. Okay. Sure, let's do random things like this. Be starstruck. Well, that's common enough. Eclipse body is moon? I don't know. I'm gonna guess this is moon. Voice above baritone is tenor. That's fine. The fates, for example, the fates. I mean, Clotho, they were VTubers. There was a VTuber who was the Fates in Mythos. So we got some VTubal going on too. Numeral associated with the Fourth Awakens is VII. That could be a, you know, let's see. How about this? Literary moment that included Lawrence Ferlinghetti and Allen Ginsberg. Oh no. SF NFLers is the 696ers? No, SF Niners? The Niners? Yours? Is that true? 54 across? 55 across? Mr. and Mrs. Spouse? I mean, it would be spouses or spouse. Micronutrients such as zinc or iodine. Micro... No, wait. Minerals? I don't know. Vitamins? Wait. But it's too long for vitamins. Here, let me get some more things. Geometric calculation. I don't know that the Niners are the... Isn't it like 69? I don't know what the SF... Which is kind of weird because I think they were right next to the multivitamins. It could be multivitamins, actually. Multivitamin... Nope. Too
Let's go, lesbians,
long.
let's go!
2026 Olympus Ixos is Los Angeles, right? Wait. Force Awakens is wait. 2026 Olympics host? What? That's Los Angeles, right? Maybe there's something else, right? Get rid of stretch, by the way. Sorry. There's stretch in the... Oh god, this is too long. I don't know why I read this. Oh. Oh. The 69ers? Wait, are they not the 69ers? Are they the 49ers? Have I been saying they're the 69ers? Okay, that is kind of funny. Cinematic cultural phenomenon in the summer of 2023. Okay. Look, that one we can do. Okay, we'll do that one. Towards sunrise on an equinox. Spring, I guess? I don't know. Hold on. No. Cal divisions. Caloric divisions? No. Hurdle for MA hopefuls. BA? Thesis? Master of Arts hopefuls? Hurdle for academic Vermeer's girl with a pearl earring. Okay, cool. Runaway hit is a ready to move on. Crossed out. Struck. Final Fantasy spellcaster is mage. Which, you know, actually, that's weird. As Final Fantasy spellcaster of all. All right, we go Final Fantasy spellcaster. All right, cool. That geometric calculation is the axes, I guess. I don't know. I don't think axes is a calculation. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Check for freshness. Oft pickled pod is peas. No. No, pickled pod of pickled peppers? No. But it's peas? You pickle a pea pod? I can say peas. Na-na-na-na-na, so give peas. The line I think I may tied up. Rope. Corn? No, that's a cob, not a pod. Clive bark? No. Clive. The fates, etc. Hold on. One eked out a living. Fiddlesticks. Odd duck. Weirdo? Weirdo. It's weirdo. And then 4 is radio dial. 23 across is what? Since January 1st. Year 2, no wait. YTD. What year to date is since January 1st. Okay, that one I think I'm pretty confident in. It's also the sort of weird weird acronym thing with a bunch of consonants that like the crossword people love. Clive Owen. I guess that makes sense. Clive Owen works. Stop. No. Oh. You should be able to click on the other one. 14 across. Clive Owen. Eked out a living. Is it a hobby? Is that hobby? Radio dial NWNIB. No. Be starstruck. 2 down. Fiddlesticks. 29 across. Abolitionist known for her Ain't I a Woman speech. I did not grow up in the United States, and I should probably know this. Some Middle Easterners, literary movement and vehicle that can really move. Jet? Is that, something Kava? Smallest Canadian province. Okay, finally something that I can that I know and I can be like, oh yes, that's definitely That's definitely something. I don't even know Glee teen. I didn't watch Glee. With 539 across, diametrically barber, diametrically opposed, or what this puzzle sets of circled letters are. Barber. Oh dear. Barber. No. Okay, geometric calculation, bamboozles. Mr. and Mrs. ready to move on. Sound of a rushing fridge is a hum? Does a fridge have a hum? I assume. Poppy Brew is an IPA, right? The 65 is a smash hit. Okay, there we go. That's a runaway hit. Something powder. Chips powder. No, Barber de Seville. Barber. No, there's an O here, I think. Up. Bamboozles. 45 down. Mr. and Mrs. Couple? No, it's not couple, right? Like some Chris's, like some Christmas sweaters. I mean, ugly, but not, what is it? Woolen? Like, that's definitely smash. Like, I think 65 is almost certainly smash. Heed. Oh, that way madness lies. Lear? Is that Lear? Is that the king? The madness lies? Purple yam is a... It's ube. It's ube. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Cool. All right. 35 down. Trivia night spots. Pubs. Okay, cool. 36 down is... okay, what's 44 across? Literary movement is the barbarian... No. Oh, boy. I don't know what literary... If you couldn't get to 5 of them? Some Middle Easterners. I haven't done a crossword in 10 million years, by the way. Off pickled pod. Acceptable casually. Oh, okay. No, okay, not okay-ish. Acceptable casually. 18 across. Game played with my little eye. I spy with my little eye. Something min? Portending min this. Okay. 24 across is the 24 across Endor inhabitants Ewoks. Okay, cool. But they actually weren't they on a forest moon of Endor? They weren't actually on Endor, so like literally unplayable, completely broke. The Ewoks were not on Endor. They were on the forest moon of Endor. The actual Endor is like I actually don't know what Endor is. Is it inhabitable? Is it a gas giant? Is it like nothing that you okay. All right. Anyway, this is literally unplayable. Misery's woe? Acceptable casually. Oh shit. No. Oh sh. Oh, acceptably is kosher. Okay. Right. That just means acceptable. Oh, okra is pickled. Actually, you know what? I literally asked Bones when I was living with Ren. I was like, you know, basically like, Bones, we need to do a pickled okra, and I need to eat a fuck ton of pickled okra. So I don't know why I would have not known okra as that one, because like, you know, literally we would have gotten literally at when I was there, I was like just tons and tons and tons of okra. Any IE. What do you think? Any IE. Okay. Toward sunrise on equinox. I mean, dawning, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's 6 o'clock, right? Like, if it's towards sunrise, it's 6 in the morning. F1 circuit type. I mean, they're racetracks, but I don't... Closed circuit? More warm in a way. Useful connections. Dandy. Fop? Horse. But not the Uma Musume kind. Cook as pot stickers. Fry. You're telling me a shrimp fried 13 down of the Washington Post crossword for today? Now, what is F1 circuit type? Useful connections. Ins? Ins. You got some ins. Those are some useful connections. Horse is, all right. More warm in a way. More warm in a way. 25 across. 29 across. Oh, it's a... Let's see. Fine. Be like that. Okay. Hullabaloo. A din. A mess. A spiritual glow is aura. It's, you know, it can be farmed. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so towards sunrise is like something, something, something at. To. This is gloom. Mire? Is it a mire? I'm gonna put it down as a mire. Winery wood. Oak. Merc. Is it Merc? Is this aged in oak barrels? And is this 31? Who lives in a ghost town? No one? I guess this is the idea of a ghost town. Cal divisions. Is it no? Is this no one? One? That's the whole point of a ghost town. Cal divisions. Use Beard Club products, perhaps. Podcaster? Podcast? I feel like they're all over the freaking podcasts. Academic reviewer often. PhDs? A ghost? But it's a... Well... Sojourn... I don't know, Sojourner? Truth. That was her name. Okay. And then what do you think is any... Toward sunrise on... Okay. Any... What do you think? Any... Okay. Cal divisions? Is it a league? Average? Joe. Diametrically opposed poles. Barber South. The Barber pole? A South pole. A barn pole? No. Heat is obey. Okay, cool. A bean pole. Okay, yeah, no, that's a pole. And something pole. Okay. 2026 Olympics host. Oh, was it Italy? It was Italy, wasn't it? I thought it was, I guess they're doing both Olympics in the same time, right? Like, you're done, you didn't farm enough. That's what happened, right? You just need to farm more. Ready to move on is over it. You're over it. Oh, 67 is Etsy. That makes sense. Site for artisans. Okay, cool. I didn't even look at that. 61 is area. Okay, geometric calculation is area. Literary movement. BN. Micronutrients such as zinc or iodine is something meant. Guillotine. I don't even know this one at all. C35 across. 35 across is poles. Barber poles, barber with 39 across, diametrically opposed. With 39 across, diametrically opposed. So the poles and the poles are diametrically opposed to each other, right? Or apart? Apart. Maybe apart? Apart. 27 down, the hullabaloo. Toward sunrise. Any okay. 9 F1 circuit type. Okay, hold on. More worming away. Horse. 12 down. Dandy. Is it fop? Can I say oh, the horse is raspy. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Okay. I feel like F1 circuit type blank T should be easy. More warm. Okay. Also, this is procrastinating boat. I've somehow gotten into the procrastinating adding look, I'm just inspired by like in the first episode of Digital Circus, so F1 circuit type trip. This is so obvious. I bet you, like, literally, if I look at this from like a different distance from the screen, it should be like completely obvious. But what is this? Fiddlesticks. I've been watching the Amazing Digital Circus. Would I be somebody who wouldn't watch the Amazing Digital Circus? Do I seem too cool for the Amazing Digital? What the heck is a IEA? Hullabaloo is a... Okay, what is this? Narrow inlet is a... I mean, I should know what a narrow inlet is if I'm taking a boat course. It's a RBA, Ria, Rua, Roa, you know, row your boat. I don't know what a narrow inlet would be. Like 10 down. Oh, you sniff for freshness. Okay. Oh, F1 circuit type is a street circuit. Okay, cool. Nearer. Okay, yeah, okay. Warmer, nearer. If you're physically nearer to the thing. Street. Nearer. Towards some sunlight on an equinox. Towards sunrise on an equinox. Okay. Any I feel like this should have made it a lot easier, but instead I am more mystified than ever. These are all vowels. Any light bulb? Light bulb. What is a light bulb? Okay, don't give me the answer, but tell me whether I've gotten anything wrong. If I've obviously gotten something wrong, let me know. Otherwise, just you know. Some Middle Easterners are Syrians. Cool. All right. IEEE. Wait, no, but it's the IE is the wrong thing. Merc is wrong. Okay, that actually makes sense. I think no one might be right. Oh. No one might not be right. I don't know. Merc being wrong makes sense. Okay. Due east. Due east. What do you think? Any ideas? Merc. Oh, it's Merc as in M-U-R-K. Okay. Well, that's close. A hullabaloo is a stir. Okay, I don't know the Rhea. I guess Rhea is a narrow inlet. There you go. Cool. Cal divisions is co's? Counties? Los? As in Los Angeles? Los... Cal divisions. I'm gonna... If it's an L, I think it's fine. If it's a C, that might make sense too. I don't know Glee Teen, unfortunately. Hurdle for MA hopefuls. The job market. Tuition. The rising cost of living. Various other depressing things. Something powder. Chips powder. Bamboozles. S. Literary movement, the Beaverton. Drawing room? Yaley. Some of you went to Yale. Skull and bones? I don't know. Crossed out. Struck. Lined. Crossed, like, deleted. Hot rod's rod is a car. No, it's a transmission? Is it a... What is the rod of a hot rod is a car, and then the car is an oh, it's an axle. Crossed out. Xed. Xed. Small vortex is a whirlpool. No. A drain? A drawing room. Hurdle for MA hopefuls. Okay. M42. The name's Axel. Got it memorized. It's actually not Axel. It's the other Axel. It's this is not a fancy guy in a well, he's not that fancy. This is not a guy who for some reason feels like he should be Australian but is not. Well, actually, no, wait a minute. I'm thinking of VTubal again. I'm thinking of Axel Sirius, aren't I? I assume he doesn't... Did he get on stream and be like, hey, the name's Axel, got it memorized? Is this like a... This is chat like, you know, her... Basically do the thing as a bit where he's like, clearly, did they do the thing where he's Kingdom Hearts guy and then he's like, no, I'm not Kingdom Hearts guy. No, stop. I'm always curious about this, whether other people and you know, did they have the obvious bits that you'd expect them to have? I feel like micronutrient says it's zinc or iodine. Okay, so zinc and iodines are like ions, right? Oh, wait. Wait, no, it's not a supplement, though. Zinc or iodine? Something meant. Hold on. Like, supplement would make sense, but it's not the right letter of number. No, it's not the right number of letters, so. Drawing room. 43. MA hopefuls. How many people are just screaming at me for the about what the thing is? Beard Club products, right? They use Beard Club products. It's podcasters, no? It's like literally the only sponsorship they get. What is it? Something Kava. B start. Okay, radio dial. The Fates, etc. Oh, fiddlesticks. Something a Watts. Be starstruck. Odd. No, wait. Because odd would be starstruck. Hold on. Wowed. Wow, no. You forgot the word bus as a means of transportation? Eked out a living is not really a hobby, right? It's like... Howza. Fiddlesticks. Dwats. Maybe Owen is wrong. The Fates, etc. Radio dial. You got some time to get some of the answers? Yeah. I mean, like, crosswords are literally, like, designed to take some time and to be, like, basically the thing that was in smartphones, like, back in the day, right? Like, that's kind of their whole thing. We have an ad break coming out. I think what we might do for the ad break is just jump into a quick little, well, I mean, if we already have words and they're on stream, and so for the ad break, I think we're just going to jump into words on stream and then, like, have a little, like, cool ad break. Hold on. Oh my god, stop playing it's not actually what I want. All right, cool. There we go. Okay, ads. Okay, but I do reserve the right to participate in this one. Adge. It's in fact Adge. This is There we go. Oh, I have an extremely fun one. I feel an extremely fun one. They might not have it. I mean, Dame should be... Okay. Egad! Oh, it's so fun that Egad is in this. Egad! Nade? No. I guess nothing... Dang. 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 But bang. Dean is already there. But gang. No, there's only one G. Also, you know, I am in fact still here and still participating, so there's no reason for me not just like to hang out. But yes, we're doing this basically while the ad breaks go. Cool. Let's do one more. Rot. No, it has to be 4 letters. Oh, there's the okra again. It's pickled. Work. Work. I feel like rot, the way I spelled it, was seems like some sort of weird thing that the orcs say in Warhammer. Rot. Work. No. Trock. This is the most Klingon words on stream. We have wart. Tor? Oh, wait, that is a word. It's kind of like a tower, right? Rhoda? Well, I have no idea what the 7-letter word is, but at least we got this one done, and the ads are done. We are back from the ads. I am going to do some boat learning. Unless people really want to, unless people really want to finish the, I mean... Unless people really want to finish this. I might do a little bit of boat learning and then kind of return to this at times. This is kind of a lot. This is TBH, where I've been slowing down a little bit. I'm sure that we can figure out some... See, kava I should have, but like... Gleatine, I don't really have. There's only one Final Fantasy clue in this entire Washington Post crossword. Had trouble moving steadily is like what, wavered? 4 down? Radio dial. Oh, it's a knob. Okay. Well, apparently I'm a knob for not getting that. Oh, you gawk at something when you're starstruck. Golby? Gorby, Gobby, eked out a living. Gorby, Godby, Goby, Gospy, Godby, Goff, Gogby, Gonby, Gone by. Got by. Fiddlesticks. Ow. At. Aw. T. Bio. Got by. T. Tayo. Toyo. Toyo. One down. Just, oh, got by. Got by. Just how, on how I said it. Yeah. Teo, Texio, Wayats. Ah, rats. Trio. Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. Yep. Okay. Trio. Ah, bats. There you go. All right. Fine. 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 Hurdle for MA hopefuls. Drawing room. Drawing room is the foyer, I guess so. Had trouble moving steadily. Wavered, but like it's not the right number of things. Academic reviewer often reject. I don't know whether X is correct, but small vortex. It's swirled, pooled, was it accurate reviewer often reject, but that's too short. Edit, I don't know. Maybe I'll remove X because I'm not super confident about it. Micronutrients such as zinc or iodine is a zinc or iodine are both, like, they both sort of are ions that chelate. I mean, zinc is, it's like a, I mean, this has to be mage, right? Because, like, unless it's sage. There's sages, I guess. I don't know. It could be sage. Maybe it's sage? I'm gonna say mage because just like there are 3 types of mages. I think sage is also a Final Fantasy spellcaster class, so I don't know that we know yet until we know this other thing. Like, it could be sage, it could be mage. It could be either one of them. I believe that Tella is the class sage in 4, so, you know, if the person who wrote this is a 4-head, like, I think sage might be correct. Right? But there are certainly mages, and there's, I think, at least 1 sage. And so this could be either. A sage is a mage. Yeah, a sage is a mage. They are both, scent could be correct and meant could be correct, right? Mages were differentiated by the color of their magic. Maybe it's just sage? I don't know. How's it not boat time? I don't know. I got sniped by I got sniped by this. I got sniped by the crossword, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know the literary movement is Beaux-Arts. Do Javdal? I'm not doing Javdal. I don't even, I would not be able to know any of those people anyway. I don't. I feel like Cal Divisions is probably a loss. Uses Beard Club products. All right, you figured out the professor one? I assume it is Wordle for Japanese adult video actors. This is my guess. You're given 2 titles and you have to pick the most. Oh no. Okay, all right. There's no people involved. It's for actual videos. All right. Jewel case items is CDs. Okay, maybe it is chips powder. I don't know. Chips powder? No. Chill powder. Chur powder. Okay. Bamboozles is dupes. Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. Wives? No, it wouldn't be that. Mr. and Mrs. Davies. Like some Christmas sweaters. Limsa Lominsa. Kava. CDs confused you because you know the glove party? Restrain yourself. Chick powder. Chirp powder. Churro powder. Chirp. Chick powder? Yes, chick powder. It's chick powder. Vehicle that can really move is a van? You can move people in a van. It's a moving van. That's it. Vena cava. It is the artery vena cava. It's not some sort of Spanish thing. Cheese. Oh, chili powder. Excuse me. There you go. Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. is something Isles. Like some garish. Okay. Bo. Grament. It's not suppository. Clock spots. The FF14 logic puzzles. Oh no, I'm gonna never get my boat license. Oh god. I'm never gonna be able to sail a boat because I'm gonna be doing crossword puzzles. I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Vena Cava is the vein, yeah. This sounds like it's gonna be some sort of like weird Final Fantasy Sephiroth thingy, right? Like a Yaley is a person who's gone to Yale, right? Like had trouble moving steadily. Okay, I don't have a lot. Academic review often. Okay, let's say it is X. Let's see that is our thing. Raiment. This feels like it should be so easy, right? Like, it should be, like, for somebody who's taken biochemistry, right? Oh, Evangelion. Bovi... Biog Evangelion. The D at the bottom is correct? Okay, fine. Fine. It's realism. Small vortex. Has everybody done this crossword? The beard one is a pretty new word. Is it? It's not podcasters though. Looks maxers? No. What am I? L is wrong. Dos.
Let's go, lesbians. Let's go.
Cos. Ah, okay, all right. Fine, give me a clue for 66 across. You thought it was et al for the 66 across the God. Oh. L is wrong in cos. It isn't because the D is correct. Think about how magnetic brakes are induction cookers. Magnetic brakes. Flux? I don't know. Academic reviewer often et al. Hold on. Is that et al? Are they an academic reviewer? I guess your academic reviewer is an et al. No, they wouldn't be, right? Like, they're not on the paper. Not etc. I don't know whether this is cos. I'm gonna delete that. Let's see. 43. Had trouble. I mean, there's like God, this should be so straightforward though. Something meant. Drawing room is like not foyer, right? Living room, no. Drawing room. Blueprints. No, I found it very kind of nuts how many of the blueprints rooms existed in Casa Loma, which is this like Canadian, this Toronto castle. 54 across is like the only one you got. It's bugging me. If you got it, you're gonna feel dumb finding that OE for zinc and iodine. Gray OE, no? Zinc and iodine, they're metals. No, they're not metals. Iodine is not a metal. They're cations, right? No. Zinc is a cation and iodine is an anion. Or at least like when they're used and they end up becoming that. Granulant? Granument? Grandiament? Grandiaments? Get your grandiaments. Oh. Ah. Brand Supplements? No. 47 down. Okay. Had trouble moving steadily. Wavered, no. Shaked, no. Wob, no. Well, this is an L. Unless this is completely. Which one is ED? Maybe this is not Axel. Axel or Axel? I guess those are both correct. Axel. Wob. Had trouble moving steadily. No. Because if it was this, it would be not wobble. What was past okay. Axe. Let's. Oh, eddy currents. Okay, excuse me. I guess that's an eddy. All right, I got that one. ASAE. Academic reviewer often. Bold. Not stumbled. Not wavered. Somebody in this chat said that X was wrong, right? I was told that X was incorrect. If whoever wants to, if whoever thought that X was incorrect, academic reviewer often is, okay. Peed on your paper for being terrible. They, in fact, statistically speaking, academic reviewers often have peed. Read, no. Bead. Seep. Seen. Neat. They're neat. They often have done so. In fact, statistically speaking, nearly all of them have done so. I think it's very rare that you run into an academic reviewer that hasn't done so, although probably more now because like a bunch of them outsource their stuff to ChatGPT without telling anybody. So, yeah. For ask AE. You want to meet the reviewers? They're bots. They're just people who have like outsourced their academic review to bots. Feed. Beat. Lead. Seed. Drawing room is a not a sneed. Conscientious objection. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, I don't believe in that. That's a room for drawing. Oh, I see. A drawing room. I see. I see. Oh, it's peer review. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Cool. Why are the giant long ones that that should be incredibly easy not the ones that I'm getting? Why are they the missing ones? Bold. Ballad. Rolled. Addled. I'm not certain it's addled, but I can say that. A peer urinates. Yeah, huh? It's a peer. A peer review? Which one? Addled? Yeah, I didn't think it was addled. But I think addled is a possibility. Uses beard clubs. Ape? My apes are gone? Is this a hairy ape? What is it? Well, all my apes are gone? What are those like weird what are the NFTs that exploded? I literally they have like kind of been so much of a they're so much of a non something that I've decided to stop thinking about them. They're like hairy apes, right? Like, is that true? Or no, they're like I forget. The weird NFT bullshit. Lazy apes? No, I thought it was some other type of I mean they were bored apes. Okay. I mean this is not bored, but like, you know. Bored apes. Use Beard Club products, perhaps. Some neologism about apes. All my apes are gone. Something meant or sent. I wish I knew what the... Okay. Okay. Hurdle for MA hopefuls. They need to do a thesis or like a GRE. Okay. They take the GRE. That's the exam. Okay. Okay. Yale is the Yale Law School? YLS? Is that it? You laugh, you lose? Maybe? Yale Law School? Or is it a specific person who is a Yaley? What do we have to lose? Everything. But a Yaley isn't the name of the school, so I think our... It's another nickname. I guess the sort of people who play the Washington Post might know nicknames for Yale students. Evangelion. Had trouble moving steadily. Not addled. This is... This should be so easy. 44A is 2 words. Bow. Oh, wait. Hold on. Generation. Oh, beat generation? Is that the name of that movement? Travel. Trade. Ants ape. Uses beer club. Travel? Do I feel dumb? I don't feel dumb. I feel fine. Travel? Limit? 54A is yeah, I trade ailment? No. Travel. Limit. Trade. Ailment. Trat. Micronutrient stages, trade. 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 Track. Trace element. They are trace elements. I see. Artie? Is Artie in Glean? I think Artie is in Glean. Reeled. Okay, Eli. Is Eli a Yale thing? I think that sounds like it. Oh, Manscape. I see. Manscape is a... Oh, there you go. Cool. Cool. I'm going to declare a moratorium on crosswords for like a period of at least 1 week. Man. Is it supposed to take more than an hour? I don't know. Is it less than an hour? I don't know how long. Sorry. Look, I haven't done this shit in a long time. All right, cool. All right, general terminology. A pleasure craft. It's any type of watercraft used for pleasure and not for carrying passengers. All shapes and sizes. Canoes, kayaks, sailboats, motorboats, cabin cruisers, sea-doos, jet skis. Apparently, a fuck ton of this rules that they have here are for jet skis, because jet skis are like the bane of the water. They just like break all the rules. They're usually drunk. They're what do you mean I'm registering to boat? Like, it's the name of the... This is the name of the stream. What do you think I was lying? I'm registering to boat. I need to learn how to boat so I can register to boat and get my boater card. Not well, yes, but I am also trying to register a boat because I want a VTube on a boat. Yeah, of course I'm going to sail. So I'm registering to boat. I mean, I guess I could power boat as well, but like, you know, I want a VTube on water. All right. You must carry this while operating any motorized pleasure craft, and I think also there's like changes coming where it's like you have to do it for sailboats without motors too. I think this is changing. I think this bit of changing. You get this card or whatever. You get the... I know it has whatever thing, but whatever. It needs to be like, you know, the card that is issued by a Transport Canada credit course provider. It's good for life. It can take any 4 forms. Proof that you successfully completed a boating safety course in Canada. Boat rental safety checklist or a acceptable alternative proof of competency. Okay, if you have any of these lists, yeah. So this is just a Canadian law, I guess. That all right. Before April 1, 1999. All right. Any person who operates any powered pleasure craft, if you're a non-resident with your foreign boat, you are not required to carry proof of competency on board as long as your boat is in Canada. Less than 45 days. If you don't require it, then you may do so using an operator card or similar proof issued by your home state. Must take some proof of competency. Also, official government photo ID. Photo ID can be compared to make sure that you ensure that your name matches the photo ID that you plan to carry with it. The operator card. Any pleasure craft operated by a motor, total of 75. We're gonna finally learn what the poop deck is. I don't know whether poop decks are necessarily boater license, and then the license is on the boat, so it's like license and registration. This is pretty normal. All right, and then if you have the boat, then the boat itself has to have a $24 license that gets renewed every 5 years. All right, $24. This one is $30 and never has to renew it ever. You never have to renew your thing that I'm getting. All right. You have to register your license your boat or register your boat. Depending on the size. All of them, if you have more than 10 horsepower, they have to be licensed. All right. No citizenship or residency restrictions. Must be licensed if it's used here. It's not for you. It's not for you, it's for your boat. An update. Okay, this is all, you know, kind of, this is how you get your application form. This is not really about boat safety, so it's like, the pleasure craft license will indicate the license number. I don't own a boat. I don't know whether this is in the test. I guess we'll take the test and see. Okay, you can manage your vessel's paperwork. Okay, so there used to be lifetime boat licenses, but they're being phased out. Wind power, yeah, so sailboats are gonna need to be licensed too, apparently, if they're over 6 meters of length. You have to update your name or address within 30 days. Oh dear, okay. Inflation service fee for more Google boat fee inflation, I guess. Does it count as having more than 10 horsepower? Yeah, unfortunately, I think you need to do that. I mean, only if one of them is named motor, I guess. Registration is like a title for a house. It's voluntary. It is executed by an application. You have to be a Canadian citizen or Canadian corporation or a foreign corporation. So I guess if you need to register a vessel in Canada and you're not a Canadian, you just make an LLC and be like, hey, I own this boat. I mean, corporations get exceptions. Bow and stern registration numbers must be displayed in a minute. Okay. Proof of ownership must be kept up to date. The owner pleasure craft license is not accepted as proof of ownership when entering the US. Hull serial number. Okay, they must all of them must have a hull serial number. It has to be more than 1¼ inches. 3.2 centimeters. How do I do like yeah, larboard? Yeah, it's the opposite of starboard. Except that they stopped saying it. Because it sounded too similar to larboard, so they were like, oh no, we're gonna call port. Right? Just like the wine. All right, cool. So, commercial vessels. It has to earn revenue. So, water taxis, tour boats, freighters, tankers, ferries, fishing boats, tugboats, and excursion boats. Okay, that's a commercial vessel. Power-driven vessel, propelled by any engine. And if they're pleasure craft, if it's sail power, any vessel under sail providing that propelling machinery. Okay, so it's sail driven, even if you don't have any. If you have an engine and you're not using it, it is a sail driven vessel. It is a power driven vessel when it is propelled. The operator must carry a proof competency if the sailboat has a motor, even if you're not using it. Okay. You have to carry it even when the motor's not in operation. Cool. All right. Cool. Vessel terminology. All right. A vessel is a boat, ship, or craft that is designed, used, or capable of being used solely or partly for navigation in, on, through, or immediately above water without regard to method or lack of propulsion. Okay. So, hovercraft. Your hovercraft, which is full of eels, is also a vessel. The bow is the front. The stern is the back. The beam is the width, which is usually at the midpoint between the bow and the stern. Okay, interesting. Traditionally the midpoint. I guess it's probably not anymore. Draft is the minimum depth of water that a vessel requires to float freely. So it's like the distance in water surface is the lowest point of vessel. Okay. All right. So like this is like why they have the depth sensors, right? They bow. Yeah, they bow to you. Stern is the back aft end of a vessel. Yep. Hulls is a shell. It doesn't include equipment, fittings, pumps, motors, cabins, bilges, etc. Freeboard is sounds like some sort of like California, you know, water like recreational activity. It's vertical distance from the so the front is the bow and stern. Or Lynyrd Skynyrd, yeah. It's obviously a Lynyrd Skynyrd song. Freeboard is the vertical distance from the lowest point of vessel's deck down to the surface of water. Okay, so a deck. Wait, what is the deck then? The deck is just the top of the thing. A high freeboard is difficult to reboard from the water. Ah, okay, all right. So the freeboard is the distance if you're trying to climb back onto your boat. Can you have a negative freeboard? Wait, if you're in a canoe, can you have a negative free? I guess the vessel's deck is the. Hold on. They don't say what a deck is. So on water line, I guess a canoe is not necessarily a negative freeboard, but like. The draft, water surface lowest point. Usually a distance from the surface of the water to the bottom of the lowest point on the outboard because the motor has a thing on it. At the bottom of the skeg. Okay, right. You know the draft of the boat, so you can refer to marine charts to determine which waters are deep enough. Yes, okay. So that's, yeah, you check to see, like, okay, can I sail in this place? Like, this is a 30 meter channel? Did they use meters or feet? 30-foot channel? If the freeboard is negative, the deck is below water. Yeah, but if you have a canoe, your deck can be below water, right? Like, if there's not, like, that's a thing, right? Am I wrong? I think meters, I'm in Canada. Canadians actually are very weird in how they measure things. I don't know. Have you seen the flow chart? We may be in Canada, but like remember. How do I all right. I'm not trying to get, what's the actual, what is the true, I want to render the actual PNG. Hold on. Nope. Okay. Copy image. Reddit is very good at making you not easily get just the image from itself. compute it and get the properties. Is it basically auto-generated? Here, I'm gonna copy image. Can I copy it into an empty window? Drag it into a file. Okay. There you go. Actually, that was pretty easy. Okay. No, but like, you know, if you look at this, I don't know if you've seen the flow chart? What do you mean there's a flow chart? This is like probably this is a relatively minor version of the flow chart, but this is like definitely like, you know, this is the Canadian measurement flow chart. The interior of a canoe is not a deck. I have no deck. Yeah, so like, in fact, you know, you do use feet for height typically in Canada. Like, you know, you might ask somebody what their height is in centimeters, but they will mostly not, they'll be less likely to know intuitively, right? It's like, I kind of learned my height at some point, but, you know, growing up, I would always be like, oh yeah, I'm like 3 foot, whatever, right? Like 4 foot, whatever. Yeah, just, that would always be height in feet and inches. And like, if you go to the amusement park, they'll be like, oh, you must be 48 inches to ride this roller coaster, right? Cooking, yeah. This is wild, right? Because like my stove in my new apartment in Canada is Italian. Thank you for the resub. My stove is Italian, and my oven is Italian, so it's in Celsius. But that's and even though everything else here is Celsius, except for pools, which I don't have. You know, if you are trying to cook something and you're getting like, even if you buy like a box of something from the grocery store, it'll be in English and French, and then the French and English will both be in Fahrenheit in terms of the temperature that you have to like move it to. And so like, it's like, oh fuck. And then I have to like do the conversion in my own. It's like, oh man, it's a really warm 30 degrees out. By the way, can you preheat the oven to 400 for me? It cook at the pizza. All right, I don't know whether it would dox me, but my friend did in fact, my American friend, I don't know whether this that matters to specify. My American, like, slightly pre-VTubing friend did put a resistor in the circuit of his oven, and used his laser temperature thermometer thing to calibrate turning his oven into a pizza oven by forcing it to be way hotter. By tricking into thinking that it was way colder than it was, and then like coming up with like the calibration curve by just putting a different resistor into its temperature circuit. I mean, the guy also just had a bunch of like class 5 lasers and would complain about how, like, you know, there's no the laser like safety like stuff in New York is like defunct because nobody actually, like, all of the lines of through which you could learn proper laser safety like don't exist anymore. And so you just like, but companies would just give him like class 5 lasers. They destroy themselves using the built-in super hot cleaning mode. Yeah. I don't know what kind of research he did beforehand, but like, he is this kind of person who like just happens to, they smoke meat during cigarette. No, he would not smoke. In fact, I think the guy was almost vegan. Which is another, you know, he was totally a vegetarian. So that's another kind of wrinkle to this, right? Like, these pizzas were vegetarian. I think it was like milk and cheese was okay, so like, you know. You never do anything so incredibly self-destructive as this, you know, a cigarette, right? Only like, you know, put his like oven to 900 degrees Fahrenheit and you know, play with, you know, doing fun things with extremely powerful lasers, which I insisted on being in the other room when he turned them on, right? Like, and you know, I did not want to be within 2 reflections worth of anything that like would allow, like, I did not want to go blind. You know, whenever he would fire up the lasers, I would always go into like a closet or something and make sure that it wasn't like within 2 like walls of it in case there's like a little shiny spot on a wall somewhere, right? Like I didn't want it. I don't want it. I just, yeah. Always wear the correct laser safety. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not in the room when the lasers are firing. But in fact, honestly, I need to hit up this guy again. He did have a lot of ideas of shit that would be incredibly cool on a VTuber stream. In fact, like, you know, the guy, I think he bounced off of VTubers, but still, like, you know, for New Year's created an entire like virtual, like, you know, environment. Like, he just programmed his own kind of like 3D renderer and like, you know, shader thing, and like he just created it was kind of wild. Just created a whole virtual space for celebrating New Year's. Also, you know, this is like, I think a lot of like people who like retire early off of like tech money exits are often extreme weirdos, but like in a very fun way. I mean, some of them are in a not so fun way, but I think like the ones who retire off of like being at the right startup in the 90s, or not the 90s, I guess he's kind of older, being at the right startup in the 2000s, like a lot of them decide to just kind of do fun stuff with their money, and TBH, that's better than like, you know, the alternative. All right. The water line is the vessel line corresponding to the surface of the water when the vessel is afloat. Okay. Carrying normal load on an even keel. What is the keel? I guess the keel is just like, I guess the keel would be like if you shove a bunch of stuff on the stern and it's tilting, then it's not an even keel. Foremost point on the hull, above or below the water line, the aftmost part on the hull. The length is just from the front to the, okay. The gunwale is the top of the side. Okay, hold on. So there's 2 gunwales? Gunnels? There's 2 gunnels. Okay. All right. Neat. All right, directions. Dead ahead. On the starboard. Port is left. Starboard side is your right on the boat. Port, starboard. Guess that makes sense, right? It's like port feels like the first one. So if you're standing on the boat, it's then port and starboard. Okay. Port, starboard. Port, starboard. There's so many nautical terms that are just like stuff that is shown up in dead astern, yeah. We're going dead astern. Dead astern is just what those people who post those like viral TikToks where they're like, they're going dead astern when they're posting those viral TikToks where they just like reverse the video, but then they go dead astern, and so like everyone else looks like they're going dead astern, except they're not actually going dead astern. They're going dead astern. Everyone else is going dead ahead or whatever, right? Like, you know, and it looks like everybody's like walking backwards, right? Walking dead astern. This is what you need to do. It's stage right, but the opposite, yeah. I guess port, yeah, port is on your left when you're on the boat. Starboard is when you're right. I mean, like, stage right is like you're right when you're on the stage, right? So stage right, right? That's stage right. Abaft. I love these, like, you know, archaic except for boating things, right? Like, yeah, port and left. Think of Portland. If you're looking at a map and you're standing in the United States, think of Portland, Oregon. But if you're in Canada, which this is, and you're staring at the United States, you're probably facing south, so think of Portland, Maine. This is a great way, this is a great way to remember it, right? This is not going to be confusing at all. Death is abaft me. He's right abaft me. Aft. Okay. Towards the stern is abaft. It's short for abaft. It's abaft the port beam. The port is the beam on the port? No, port is left. The port beam. The beam. The beam is the due port. Okay. So lawful good is port bow. Dead ahead is neutral good. Starboard bow is like neutral, is chaotic good. It's best direction. And then, you know, the starboard beam is the plane of chaos where all the slotty are, and then like you have the starboard stern is like the abyss where you have the Tanari, and then like the dead astern is like where you get the Yugoloths, and then like port stern is where you get the nine hells and Asmodeus and on his throne. And then the port beam is Mechanus, where you have all of the what is it, the Formians, and then what's the other ones? Are they Formians, the ones that's like you have the 1, 2, 3, 4, like the weird, like the one that has Primus as their sort of god slash you know, CPU, you know, probably that. Anyway. Port bow, port beam, port stern. Okay. So beam is true neutral, but for direction. Modrons. Formians are the ant dudes. Okay, yeah. Oh, those are Modrons. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you have the Primus, and then you have Secundi, and yeah, Formians also exist, but like the Modrons are the ones that I'm thinking of, and they do their whole Great March, and they have the whole thing where it's like, you know, there's like they're not physically capable of like thinking about like they can't perceive the existence of like any Modron that is like more than one level above or below them, right? That seems like a weird design flaw, right? Like, because they don't seem to have any issue with perceiving literally any other thing in the universe, except that, like, you know, a Modron that is like 2 levels above them is just completely incomprehensible to them. And a Modron that is 2 levels below them is like completely incomprehensible to them. Also, hello, that fool Adam. Welcome. Welcome to me boating. It is like a weird philosophical thing, right? It's like... oh, operator is like the speed and course. Okay, so the person who's operating, like, it's not captaining, but like... I wish to VTube from a boat. I'm getting... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send over to my... I'm going to send a thing over to my modeler. I'm going to talk to the modeler about I'm going to say I'm going to ask for shaders, right? I'm going to ask for normal maps. I'm going to be like, give me normal maps so that they can look right on the boat. Let's see. I think option 2 works great. I saw the shader is MIT licensed. So presumably that doesn't add any complications from that perspective. If you okay. Let's see. Great. Awesome. Cool. Cool. All right. Operator. Yeah, operator is like the neutral term for captain, or you don't, you can say Sencho or whatever, but like, there's captain has like a sort of its own meaning, and but there's a skipper, and maybe the captain is like directing, they're not like immediately directing the thing, right? Like, yeah. Maybe they don't own it, I don't know. Person who is currently controlling its speed and course. Aids to navigation are things in the water or lighthouses. Should not be confused with navigational aids. Okay, aids to navigation are things out in the world. And navigational aids are things that you have out on your ship. That's a very important, I guess, interesting distinction. It's like, oh, there's some aids to navigation. It's a navigational aid and the boat's commie, yeah. Yeah, it's like I have my operator card, but I don't have my boat god card. Okay. The wash is the directly behind. Oh, the wake is the diagonal thing. Okay, the wash is the loose or broken water left behind. So it's like the contrail of the boat. A vessel does not have to be moving through the water in order to create a wash. So if you have like propeller just kind of stuff thrown, okay. If the propeller is like moving and it just kind of dumps water in the bag, that's the wash. The wake is the disturbed water waves around, must be moving through the water in order to create a wake. An airplane must be moving through the air to create a wake. Okay, so it has to be, you have to move through the wake, A large wake can be more than a nuisance. Your wake is your responsibility. Is your wash your responsibility? I guess the wash is not that much of a problem, right? Yeah. So if you're throwing this giant wake off, then you can damage it. You're responsible for your wake. Minimize the impact of your wake. Oh yeah, fenders are those kind of like you know, cylinders. Wash one, knock a sonic cry. Yeah, it's pretty small. Yeah, the wake is enormous. The wash is kind of small. Fenders are the hollow cylinders made of plastic. A vessel is seaworthy if the hull is undamaged and appropriate for the type of sea condition. The engine size does not exceed the maximum for that vessel. So if your engine size is not too big, which is apparently different from some other places, but the vessel is not overloaded and all equipment is in good working order. So you can actually have an engine that is too large. If your engine is too large or overloaded, it is criminal to knowingly operate a non-seaworthy vessel. So if your hull is damaged, you need to stop operating it immediately. If a vessel is underway, it's not an anchor tied to a dock or pulled up on shore. It is underway if it is afloat and free to move. So it doesn't need to be moving to be underway. It can just be underway and exist. Okay. Windward is into the wind. It is the direction from which the wind is blowing. So if you are going into the wind, you are going windward. The windward side of a sail-driven vessel is the vessel is opposite to the side on which the mainsail is being carried. Okay, so the mainsail, I see, it catches the wind. Okay, the wind is that side, right? Okay, the wind is pushing the mainsail, so the windward side is the other side. Yeah. Scuttle the ship or you go to prison, yeah. I mean, it might be a fine. Leeward means downwind, direction in which the wind is blowing. Leeward side of an island is the... Okay. Leeward is the opposite of windward. The side of this sheltered from the wind. Okay, so the side of the thing is the windward side is the side that is towards the windward direction. Right? The southward side is the one that is towards the south. Wait, no, actually that's opposite. Okay, the Canadian Shipping Act, the Small Vessel Regulations, the Collision Regulations, the Vessel Operation Restriction Regulations, the Charts Nautical Publications Regulation, Common Sense Operating Pleasure Craft, Criminal Code of Canada. All right, an act is a law, a guide, all this stuff is enabled. These are also laws. These are all laws. Failure to comply will result in penalties. Okay, cool. Cool. Let me do the quiz. This is not the quiz, but like, you know. All right, what is a vessel? It's any boat, ship, or craft that can be used for navigation on, like, it does not have to be an engine. It can be a vessel and not have an engine. Okay. What is the design waterline? It is a surface of the water when it is afloat and normally loaded. Yes. What is the back end of the pleasure craft? It is the stern. The letters have to be no more, at least the license number. You got a license for that number? I think it's 7.5 centimeters. Okay. What is the port? Port is the one that is on the left-hand side when one's on board and facing, yeah. What is the stream of the wake? Is the burial at sea is a wake. Okay. The waves that are set in motion behind a pleasure craft, around and behind by moving through the water. All right. Any watercraft that is equipped with a bar. Okay. The wrong answer is for these kinds of like things are very funny. Hey guys, want to come aboard my pleasure craft? And we got cocktails and you know, Caesars, and I've been having a lot of Caesars lately. I'm like very into the they're Caesars are basically like Bloody Marys, but they have clam juice because Canadians are weird. So they have the Canadians have this kind of like variant of the Bloody Mary. By the way, one thing I highly, highly recommend, if you do manage to get it, very nice Bloody Grimmy. Which is just a Bloody Mary. It's what we call it Bloody Mary with Grimmy's hot sauce. So, yeah. None of those are where they said it was? What? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, they also spells passengers with 2 N's. This is also not the real quiz. This is just like the kind of study quiz. All right, the freeboard is the distance from the lowest point of a... I mean, this is the surface of the water. From the lowest point of a vessel's gunwales. Yeah, this is actually not what they said it was, but like, you know, the gunwales, I guess, are the side of the vessel, yeah. Pleasure craft license is 5 years, right? Starboard is on the right-hand side when one is on board and facing forward. Cool, I got 100%. Great, awesome. All right. Next chapter. All right. Required safety. It is foolish to go out on the water without adequate safety equipment. You fool. You fool. You don't have adequate safety efficient. All right. Freeboard is distance from the waterline to the upper deck level. Measure the lowest point of shear where water can enter the boat or ship. Waterline to the upper deck level. Yeah. The curve of the boat. Okay. Yeah. The lowest point of shear. Yeah. So like if you're above the waterline, right? If you're in, basically the way I think about it is like, I think a freeboard is in, it's like the amount of distance that somebody who is in the water has to climb up to board. So if you to freely board, I don't know, that's my mnemonic for it, right? If you are in there. All right. Small vessel regulations. All right. Loading limits, power limits, and licensing and registration requirements for recreational vessels. You need a capacity, maximum capacity compliance notice. This is designed to have 5 adults. If it's less than 20 meters, 20 feet or 6 meters, it must have the recommended gross load capacity, which includes a maximum load and maximum number of adult-sized people that the vessel can carry, and the recommended safe limit of engine power. All right, so it's like this amount of the motor power, the charge limit. I guess this is the limit of power. Like you can't have one that's too large. Maybe because that breaks the most. If you have too powerful motor on a vessel, I assume it breaks the boat. I actually don't know. This is like an unusual thing. I don't know that I've seen that much. If it's designed, the recommended safe limit of engine power recommended for the hull, yeah. Cannot exceed any limit indicated in compliance notice, including the people. The weight of the passengers. Maximum load includes the weight of the passengers, motor, fuel, and on cargo. They assume it will be operated in fair weather and that the weight of equipment is evenly distributed. In high winds, large waves, they no longer apply. They can only accommodate a smaller load. You should plan it with the craft's capabilities. You take into account weather and water conditions when planning a trip and adjust loads. How much? Loads. Certified by the manufacturer to be constructed to government construction standards for small vessels. Wait, what? The bottom one is this is fine? You can just say it's certified by the manufacturers to be... Wait, these are acceptable ones? All right. Okay. All right, types of safety equipment. PPE, navigation, distress, boat safety. Must be carried on board. Good working order. Readily accessible and available for immediate use and maintained regularly and replaced according to manufacturer's instructions. All right. This is a whole minute. Okay. All right. This is a very short, like, kind of little bit of thing. But I'm still stuck on this page for a minute. I guess I'm gonna get the fire extinguisher. Apparently, there's an extremely large number of flares that you have to carry on board Canadian boats. This is like a thing. Also, did we miss an ad break? I think no. I guess we did both ad breaks, right? No, we probably missed an ad break. I probably subjected you guys to an ad without actually realizing it. I should put ad stuff in there. Fire them at some interval for X amount of days, yeah. Like, you don't want the Modrons to go on the Great March all the way around your boat, right? So. Personal flotation devices, life jackets. Buoyant heaving lines, life buoys, and reboarding equipment. All right. You need a life jacket. It has to be approved by one of the following agencies. Visitors to Canada may use flotation devices that conform to the laws of their home countries. Okay. You need to have each craft check the condition of your flotation devices. The most highly visible colors are red, orange, and yellow. You must have on board a Canadian-approved PFD or life jacket of the appropriate size for each individual on board, except for tiny babies or large people. Why, if you are, must have, yeah, one life jacket for every non-baby or super wide person. Does not include buoyancy cushions or water skiing belts. Okay, cool. Life jackets are flotation devices that are designed specifically to keep an unconscious person face up in the water. I see. Safety of life at sea life jackets. They are high performance standards. They are approved for all vessels. You'll turn over an unconscious person in seconds, keep a face out of the water. They can work even when unconscious. Standard life jackets are approved for all vessels except those are required to Cayley Solis life jackets. Interesting. Okay. So I did not know that all life jackets kind of do this. Standard life jackets and small vessel life jackets. Okay, so there's the small vessel life jackets that are will turn a person over to be face up but slowly. Keyhole and vestiles in these three. Okay, if you're more than 155 inches of chest size, then you don't need one. But like, these are 40 pounds, 90 pounds. These are basically infants. Life jackets are bulkier and left. Okay, a PFD is right. The life jackets are kind of already flotationed. Already kind of here. PFDs do not have a lot of buoyancy. They're unsuitable for. They're not designed to keep an unconscious person face up in the water. I see. It provides enough buoyancy to keep a conscious person's chin out of the water. I see. I see. So PFDs are not as strong as life jackets. You should wear a PFD or life jacket when on board any pleasure craft. The approved status lapses if the flotation device has been damaged, altered, or repaired. You cannot, yeah, basically you need to not damage them. Mild soapy solution, don't use solvents. They'll damage the foam flotation. Yeah, so if they sniff your jacket and it smells, if your life jacket is stinky, then it's not good. If it stinks of the petroleum, it fails. It's good day, sir. No, the Canadian Coast Guard will sniff your life jacket and be like, this is stinky. It is probably damaged. go away. Do not boat. When wet, they should be dried in open air, but not prolonged exposure to sunlight. Don't close dryer them. Just dry them in the air. Dry, well ventilated, easily accessible place on board. Test it at the beginning of every boating season. Put it on, wade into water, bend at the knees, pull it on your back, verify it works. Okay. You can be worried about black mold and gasoline. What's about the foam? Right. All right. PFG or life jacket, no substitute for adult supervision. Children should be within arm's reach, wearing an approved flotation device at all times. They should also be taught how to put it on in the water. They exist for children, and they are required, just, you know, unless they're babies. Check the space between the top of your child's shoulder and the device's armhole. If it's more than 3 fingers wide, the device is too big. Okay. 3-finger test. Must be Canadian approved. Okay. Let's see. Large collar for head support, waist or electric gathers in front and back. Safety strap goes between the legs. Buckles on safety strap, reflective tape. String or lanyard to attach a non-metallic P-less whistle. Oh, because they don't work in water, I guess? Is that it? Set a good example, wear it yourself. Inflatable PFDs are not approved for any person who's less than 16. They're not approved on personal watercraft or any kayaking or rafting. Okay, got it. You must be wearing it for it to be approved on any open boat. All right. So it's not like, you know, if your form of lifeboat is a inflatable PFD, and is non-light, compact, comfortable, non-restrictive, and either inflates automatically when immersed in water, is inflated by the wearer and pulling a tab or toggle. All right. They contain the carbon dioxide cartridge. Okay, so these ones are not approved for teenagers, for young teenagers, and also if you are too light, and also not for whitewater rafting. Also, you have to be wearing it. If it's a life jacket, then you don't, I think, strictly have to be wearing it. It just has to exist, but you should wear it. Let's see. Well, if you're in the cabin, it's fine. They're not recommended for weak swimmers. I'm an okay swimmer. I'm a decent swimmer. Let's see. CO2 cartridge, PFDs. I do have one of these. This one is the one. May not be appropriate for persons who are not confident in the water. A weak swimmer may have difficulty successfully inflating the device using a backup oral inflation tube. For more, Google backup oral inflation tube. Okay. Google personal flotation device inflation. All Canadian approved inflatable PFDs come with manufacturer instructions. Make sure you right now, supervise safe environment. Best pouch. Okay, hold on. Inflated orally, manually, automatically. Exposing it to extreme humidity or water may cause premature automatic inflation. This is unfortunate. It feels. This feels very close to something that people are like into, but not quite. They do make creams for that. For premature automatic inflation, yeah. Mm-hmm. Remember, if you experience regular premature automatic inflation, please consult your personal flotation device manufacturer. A pouch, okay. Pulling a toggle to activate CO2 inflation. A 2-stage dawning device, because once it's triggered, the inflated chamber comes out of the pouch and the wearer must pull the inflated chamber over the head correctly. Okay. So you have a pouch on you, and then you pull it out, and it basically gives you a life jacket, sort of. Point heaving lines. Okay, so it's a nylon rope with a float. So you toss it. All vessels up to 24 meters have to have a 15-meter line. Should be made of foam rubber. If it's greater than 24 meters, they're required to have a 30-meter line. Okay. 15 meters, 30-meter line. So if it's 24-meter vessel, 15-meter line. If it's more than that, it's 30-meter line. It's kind of like in between, right? Like the vessel thing is in between, so it's like, yeah, it's a rope on a float. Now apparently this usually have just a life buoy. Yeah, if you're more than 9 meters, then you have to carry a life buoy that is attached to a buoyant line. So you can have a buoyant heaving line. I guess can you just stick the life buoy on the heaving line? Yeah. Okay, you have to have a buoyant heaving line even if you're a tiny boat. But if you're a 29-foot boat, then you need to get a life buoy. No tears, perforations, or a lot. There's a small vessel life buoy. And a safety of life at sea life buoy that lets you stay up, right? I mean, 508 millimeter diameter. Okay, they're life buoys that are too small. And horseshoes are too small. They need to be circular. They cannot be a horseshoe. They must be circles. Gotta be circles. It gotta be at least 2 feet. You have to have a lifting harness on really, really big boats. You need a reboarding device, which is like a little ladder thing. If the freeboard is greater than 1.5 feet, right? Half a meter. 50 centimeters. If they have transom ladders or swim platforms, that works, right? Okay, yeah. So that's your sort of standard like little boat is going to be fine. Yeah. Lifting harness. These are long boats, though, right? Using reboarding, maneuver the craft to the downwind side of the person. All right. So it's like the downwind side, right? Because the wind is coming from, because you don't want to be blown onto them, right? That's why. So you want to go to the downwind side of them because you'd rather be blown away from them than blown towards them, I guess. You don't want to run over the person on in the water. You know, that makes a ton of sense. Reboarding device should be checked seasonally. Okay. Navigation, sound signaling devices. Oh, we got the air horn. Hold on. Do I have that? I feel like I have that, but I'm so worried about my, like... I have an air horn. I have an air horn button, but I'm very worried about my my audio settings, and I don't want to actually press it because, like... Okay, you know, Can I just mute my audio capture and, like, press it and see if it's, like, just so incredibly loud that it's a problem? Here, I'm gonna do that for a moment. Hopefully you guys don't hear this. Hold on. That wasn't so loud. I don't know. That was fine. Here. There's an air horn button. That's ancient. I think that air horn button is like 2.5 years old. I haven't gotten it, I don't think I've gotten it checked long enough ago to be fine. I guess I need to, I guess an air horn, it has to have a whistle, a bell, and a gong, I guess? A gong that cannot be confused with a bell if it is large enough, right? Which, none of these things are air horns. If it's short enough, I guess it's less than 12. Hello, Koizetsu! Hello, how was your stream? What were you playing? What were you up to? What were you playing? I'm not playing. I'm just learning how to boat. I'm getting my boater license. I'm like trying to get my Canadian boater license. So I'm not gaming at this very moment. Although maybe I'll do you got Neo 3? Are there boats in Neo 3? Because like this is highly relevant to today's proceedings. I'm just boating. We're just doing boating. How many chapters do I have of this? Yeah, 12, 20, and 100. Whistle, bell, gong. All right. This is basically like the driver test or whatever. Sound signaling appliance. 12 more must carry a sound like a bell and a whistle. I'm so confused. Okay. Wait, 20 meters or more? Wait, hold on. 12 meters or more have to have a whistle. 20 meters or more have to have a bell and a whistle? Yeah, okay, hold on. 20 meters have to have the bell and whistle. Okay, 12 meters have to have a bell or whistle. Neo 1, the main character, is not a sailor with 1% of occupation power to swim. It's good. I'm glad that Neo is staying on topic for the Kari stream on this day. This is very important, right? I'm glad. I'm glad that we're making sure that we are on topic. Because it would be like otherwise I am sending a stern letter to the developers and saying like, how dare you make a game that does not properly seg into my stream? You must in your game have some manner of vessel. Because if not, why would I be learning how to sail? Because then I would not be able to sail in your game. And if your game happened to be in Canada, which I believe Neo is not. Unless it's in like weird... Unless the timeline is very, very strange. Navigation lights. Okay, if you operate after sunset, or if it's fog, mist, or rain. So night or reduced visibility, you have to have running lights. If you're small enough, you have to have a passive radar reflector. Or if you're non-metal. Not less than 4 meters above the water surface. Okay, so you have to have 13 feet in the air. You need to have okay. If it only operates in limited traffic in daylight and favorable environmental conditions. Okay, so if you're a canoe, I guess if you're a vessel, just or never leaves Japan except to go to London twice. It's very funny. Well, I guess Transport Canada doesn't do anything. Actually, maybe. Well, probably would not actually go through the waterways of Canada to get through to London. You could. Maybe you go through the Northwest Passage, except then I think in Nunavut this doesn't apply, or in the Northwest Territories I think this doesn't apply, so I don't know, maybe the Northwest Passage actually doesn't count. They never made DLC for it, yeah. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for the lurk, good apple boy. It's not required to carry a passive radar reflector if its compliance is impractical because of the small size of the vessel. Okay. So you're required to carry a passive radar reflector unless it would be really weird and strange to do it. So if you're in a canoe, you don't need to have a passive radar reflector. Almost all vessels are required to have a flashlight. You need a flashlight that works. A waterproof flashlight. You can use the watertight flashlight, and if you're a canoe or a small sailboat, it qualifies as navigation lights. You can just flash the light. 1% of skilled sailors, yeah. I mean, hopefully you're good enough of a sailor that you don't have to swim. You can flick on you can use a flashlight to say SOS. You shine it at vessels. You use the flashlight to light up the sail. Okay, interesting. Make sure the batteries are good. Keep fresh batteries. Yeah, that's fair. Almost every pleasure craft requires a flashlight or flares. Pyrotechnic distress. Okay, they should be treated like explosives. They are. This is great, like, kind of video game flavor text kind of things. Pyrotechnic distress signals, flares, should be treated like they are explosives. They are. Great flavor text there. They should be treated like explosives. They are. They're not required to be carried on board. Okay, so if you're in a tiny lake and you can't be more than 1 nautical mile from shore, you're fine. Or if you have no sleeping arrangements and you're in a race, if you're engaged in official competition, you do not need a flare if you're racing, or if you're inland, basically, if you're sufficiently inland. But if you can go out far enough, then you need a flare. You need number of flares required are based on the boat's type, length, and area of operations. Okay. Okay, this is the whole thing, right? Human powered. You need a PFD always for everybody. You need a 15 meter heaving line. Or life buoy. Okay, interesting. You need a human, even for the random canoes. Okay. You need a reboarding device if the freeboard is long enough. You need a small vessel, or you need a life buoy. It's on a 50 meter line if it's long enough. On 15 meter line. I don't know what's the difference between check mark and, I guess you need a small vessel life buoy. Okay, so small vessel life buoy is for small vessels, but if it's small enough, you don't need a life buoy. You just need a heaving line. A lifting harness on the really big ones. You need a 30 meter. This is pretty big. Oh, now we're getting into like other things. Manual propelling device, a 30 meter anchor line. Okay. Cool. How goes the boating? I'm on chapter 2.5 distress equipment. Because it's you know, and I'm in distress about it. I'm actually not that much in distress about it. We might break this up over a couple of days. Like, I might do this now and then, like, just do some random Mahjong Soul or something. But I think I will be able to get this. I mean, this is like, there's like, I don't know, 3 sections to this. This should not be too bad. You need 6 flares. Okay. All right. If you're up to 6 meters, you need a flashlight or three flares. If you're over 6 meters, you need a flashlight and 6 flares. And if you're more than 9 meters, you need a flashlight and 12 flares. And 6 of them can be smoke signals. So you can add 6 smoke signals. If you're small. All right. They will only last 4 years. Talk to the Coast Guard for disposing of your explosive flares. Always clearly label the bag containing the flares as explosives. Parachute flare, multi-star rockets, handheld flares, and smoke flares. Ooh, parachute flares are cool. Burn for 4 to 5 seconds. Handheld flares, a red flame torch that can be held in the hand. Buoyant or handheld smoke flare. Okay, so it's a smoke flare that you can leave to float on the water. On the downwind side of the vessel. I see, okay. I guess you don't want it on the upwind side of your vessel because that would be, then the smoke would all blow into you. This is very funny, like the various like things. Like you put it on the downwind side of your vessel. We're not telling you why, but if you think about it for 2 seconds, like yeah, you don't want to just have a whole bunch of smoke just like fly. Oh boy, it's like there are like some things that feel like they should be common sense. They're just like weird one word throwaway things in this thing. It's like, oh yeah, just put the smoke in the windward side. Oh shit! Smoke everywhere! God, no, it's in my eyes. Oh god. They can be oars or a paddle or any manual apparatus or oars. Okay, you need oars or a paddle. Must have them on a motorboat. And then you can push it to water. You need an anchor if the oars or paddles. Okay, so you have 15-meter cable anchor. Hand bailers must have a volume of at least 750 and a minimum opening. Okay. You just need to be able to bail water out of the thing. Okay, so you have to have a hand bailer to scoop water out. And I guess they tell you to make it yourself out of a can thing. I guess you could make this out of a bottle. Manual water pumps. Okay. Instead of a hand bailer, you can do that. The intake of the pulp must be able to reach the bilge. Okay, that's the bottom of the boat or no? Discharge hose must be long enough to discharge water over the side of the boat. So the bilge is like the bottom of the boat, right? Like, I think. Is that true? Was that in the introduction to boating terminology thing? If we go there. Is the bilge there? Vessel terminology? I don't think they've defined bilge in here. Maybe I'm wrong. More nautical terminology. Operator, aids navigation, wake. I don't think they've defined bilge. I assume the bilge is the bottom of the boat, but like I don't think I've seen it here. Lowest point where water gathers. Yeah, I assume that they have not actually said that. That's not in the tutorial. This is like the tutorial giver for boats, you know. I'm talking to the boat tutorial NPC. Yeah, okay, so hand bailer, water pumps. You need bilge pumps on larger craft. You have to have manual bailing equipment. You have to have a bilge pump. Most of them have bilges. Oh, they say where bilges are here, right? Spaces or water. Okay. Most of them have to have at least one hand bailer or manual pump. It's not required for multi-hull vessels of subdivided multi-seal hull construction, like a pontoon boat or sailboats in a recessed-style cockpit that cannot contain enough water to capsize the boat or sit on top kayak. Okay, so you don't need a bailer for a kayak that is not actually... Yeah, so sit on top kayak, I guess, like, literally you cannot actually get water in it, right? So there's nothing to bail. It is too convex. Like, if you can get water in the boat, then you have to be able to remove it. But if you can't get water in the boat for various reasons, then, no. Number and type of fire extinguishers. You have to have a fire extinguisher if it has a motor or a fuel tank or a stove. And BC, a 5 BC type in extinguisher. One 5 BC for up to 6 meters. One if with a motor, and then another one if it's also has, because you have two extinguishers for the fuel. For bigger boats, you need a 10 BC if it's a motor, and 10 BC. Yeah, each fuel burning appliance. Okay, so at any entrance to any accommodation space and to the machinery. Okay, so if it's big enough. B, it's burning combustible liquids. I see. Okay. A bucket of sand or water qualifies as a Class A fire extinguisher. If you don't care about electrical fires, a magnesium-fueled flare is a Class D fire because it's metal. Man, that's so metal. BC puts out a bigger fire than 5 BC. Okay, the amount of fire. Bigger the boat, the bigger the fire extinguisher. Appropriate certifying body, Underwriter Laboratories of Canada. So it's all insurance companies. Of course it's insurance companies. Of course, it's always the insurance. Everything is the insurance. I assume that's like magnesium is reactive to water. Is why you have it as the flare. I guess then it'll just, you know, set on fire. Everything is insurance. You know, there are only a few laws, and then most things are just insurance. Like, you know, insurance just points like insurance-shaped guns at everything else, and then that's how like most of the world functions, right? It's not actually has anything. Most of the rules that go on don't have really. They're not strictly laws, but they're just like, you know, okay, well, this is uninsurable. Damage, protected from damage, safely stowed. The most powerful people on Earth are actuaries. I should become an actuary. I was thinking about it. Carbon dioxide type of devices to be recharged if they contain less than 90% of their capacity. Inspect your halogen stuff, right? Exercise extreme caution when storing them below decks if they're CO2 and halogen extinguishers. You must still carry portable extinguishers even if it has automatic fire suppression. On larger vessels, you need axes and buckets. You can use the axe to control the fire. You can cut a tow line. If you tow a vessel that begins sinking, you can sink yours. So you use the axe to chop it. Douse a fire with buckets. You have to have 1 axe and 2 buckets. And then if it's big enough, you need 2 axes and 4 buckets. All right. You must have all the stuff. Good working order, etc., etc. I wonder whether I will beat the quiz because this is a lot of requirements for a lot of things. Recommended. These are recommended as standard equipment on pleasure craft. Spare clothing, survival kit, watertight bag, toolkit, spare parts, tools and materials to stop a hull leak, and first aid kit and VHF radio. They have pre-courtesy checks through the Canadian Coast Guard Auxiliary and other organizations. You can get a trained volunteer to check your boat for required safety equipment, identify any problems, and discuss general boating safety issues. There are never any penalties involved in courtesy checks. Therefore, they're a great opportunity to receive expert advice to avoid fines and protect yourself. So you can always just like get a free courtesy check. And then, yeah. Racing pleasure craft may carry alternative safety equipment when engaged in formal training under the direct supervision of a coach. So racers have different rules. All right, what's the fastest way to from a 20-foot cabin cruiser? The built-in bilge pump, I assume? Practice throwing your heaving line. Attach a PFD or life hack. I assume. Is it attach a weight to the end? I think it's practice, right? I assume it's practice. While towing a vessel, cut the tow line. Yeah, okay. It sinks. What conditions must be met to allow a person to use an inflatable PFD? Can be used only. What conditions can you be used? Oh no, it's not. It's the opposite, right? There are no restrictions. There are restrictions, right? You can't use it unless you're those are different restrictions. None of the above, I think. The small ones are wrong, right? I think these are, yeah, the horseshoe ones don't, the big ones. No, you need big ones. Navigation lights must be operated when underway after sunrise. Yeah, B and C, yeah. Low visibility. Standard life jacket. Approved for all vessels. Standard life jackets are approved for all vessels. I guess some are required to carry Solus runs, right? I think life jackets are fine. Yeah. They're approved for everything. Larger craft are required to carry one or more buckets on board for firefighting. A 10-liter bucket. To control a fire, right? Up to 6 meters in length, this would be a 5 BC, I think? No, it's a 5B. I think it's a 5. It's 5 BC. Okay, hold on. No, I got everything right. I'm the best. I'm fucking genius. I did it. Cool. All right. We got ads in 8 minutes. I think we're gonna take a quick break. We did 2 chapters of 7, so we're two sevenths of the way through the game of being safe on boats. Gonna break it up a little bit with some. Let's see. Can I gonna take a quick commercial break to do some manner of gaming. Let's see. What do we is there a I don't know if there's a sufficiently nautical game that I should play as the side thing, but okay. Let's see. I didn't really plan anything other than boats, but I think am I registering a boat? I am looking to get my boater operator card in Canada so I can theoretically operate a boat. I want to be legally in the clear to boat. So I'm getting my boating license. I'm learning the rules of the boat. Let's see. What is something that is vaguely boat-like that we can do temporarily? I mean, there's raft, but I'm not really feeling it quite now. There's Subnautica, but I'm also not exactly feeling that right. Okay, is there... Maybe I abandoned the boat bit for the sort of random break game. What exists? What things exist? Mahjong has very little to do with boats. Nine Souls doesn't really have much to do with boats. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has basically nothing to do with boats. Except that Manhattan is like in the middle of a bunch of rivers. And Slay the Spire 2 has very little to do with boats either. Let's see. Well, should we take a boat? You have chat boat on it? Not vote on it, of course. Just vote on it. Wow, my boat-based video games are kind of lacking. I mean, there's Beaverborn. Or Beaver game, but I don't have that. Lethal Company? Darkest Dungeon? None of these things are boats. At this point, I'm going to be spending so much time trying to think about what to do instead of boat. There's the boat relic. I guess there is boats in Slay the Spire 2. I played so much Slay the Spire 2. Which means I could play it again. But also that I don't need to play it again. It's true that there's a whole bunch of boat relics in the game. This is like me before streams, like 60% of the time. It's like, what the hell do I do? It's like random video games. There's too many of them, and there's not enough of them somehow at the same time. Somehow there's an entire universe of games, and then also very little. There's Far Far West, I guess. It's not boats. The Thing, yeah. What is the thing that I do? Pragmata is not a boat. Silk Song, also not a boat. No Man's Sky, kind of a boat? But also way too, not on sale right now and kind of not a... Right. Vagabonk, not a boat. Looks like they do recommend like Rabbit and Steel based on the games I play, which is, you know, makes sense. Did I not wishlist that thing already? There are a couple games that I should wishlist. Okay. Anyway. I have probably filibustered enough. We should just play Words on Stream, frankly. That's what Words on Stream was there for. I think I had one going here. No, I had the Canadian measurement flowchart. Okay. All right. What to do? 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 There is Sega bass fishing. I don't know why I have Sega bass fishing. It was probably in some sort of weird bundle. I probably got it for 50 cents. And I was like, oh, bass fishing. Merchant of the Skies? I don't have Merchant of the Skies, but that's a... A flying airship. A cute airship game that came out 6 years ago. Buy and sell items. Neat. Maybe. This looks kind of board gamey almost, right? Interesting. All right. There's a problem updating my cart. Why is there a problem updating my cart? What is wrong with my cart? What have you done with my cart? Am I not allowed to purchase? Apparently not allowed to make purchases. Purchase the skies. Add to cart. Add it to your cart. Yeah, okay, cool. Do my cart. We're 56 seconds from an ad break, so I think we just have to like go with Words on Stream anyway. Here, I'm gonna get started. Give a little bit of a head start. Okay. Bleh. Bleh. Don't I have a game going already? Or did I inadvertently murder the ongoing Words on Stream game? Do we start over from the beginning? Because I think we murdered our progress. I'm so sorry. It's dead. It was in the background and somehow it got cruelly deleted by somebody evil. Forever. It's gone. Forever. Forever and ever. It's gone away. I have a fever about how it's gone forever. Ever. Over. Forever. Oh wait, I can also do another one. Reef. Reef. That's on brand. I think Reef is on brand. Vor? No, that doesn't exist. Rove. Yeah, I guess they wouldn't have that word. They have veer though. Well. Refer? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna refer you to my previous comment. I got two and a half minutes in ads. So we're gonna do this. This is more stuff happening than the boat license stuff, but yeah. Cover? Cover. Cover. Actually, you know what? Now that I see it. Wait. Uncover. Yep, it's something cover. It was something... Start a cover corporation of some sort. Cone? It's me. I have the cone of shame. Neuro? Unfortunately not. Unk. Recon? There you go, recon's a word. Nonce. Rove, presumably. Wait, wasn't Rove in the last one? We're just getting these words over and over again. Crone. Corn cut. There's a whole gap between cure and... All right. One day I'll graduate to crone. Right now I'm not really that much of a crone, but like one day I'll get there. All right, we're back from ads. I think I filibustered long enough that, you know, I'm just basically in chapter 3 now. You know what? I can sort of try to power through this. I'm gonna try to power through this. I'll see if I can get through as much of this as possible. I mean, there's actually learning, and then there's like, let's see if I can just kind of like jump through this thing and like go as fast as I can. Like I can speed run it. I'll speed run safety because, you know, safety fourth. All right. Code or regulation is a law. Thus, the codes and the regulations are laws. Failure to comply with them will result in significant penalties. 7 chapters of study guide contain information that you must know to pass. Collision regulations. Okay. When power-driven vessels meet. Like the rules of the road. Like riding a cart. When your vessel crosses the course, who has the right of way? The collision regulations set out the rules of the road. Basically, port, starboard, and stern. Okay. Port sector, starboard sector, and stern sector. So, like, all right. If a power-driven vessel approaches your power-driven vessel from your port sector, so on your left, then you are the standard vessel. You're the stand-on vessel, and you have the right of way. So if you are being approached from your left, then you have the right of way. Just go forward. But if they're coming from your right, then you have to pass the stern. Okay, so you have to be like, you should probably, like, I guess, turn. So if they're coming towards you, you have to turn right immediately. Turn starboard. Take evasive action. Maintain your course. Be ready to take evasive action quickly. All right. So they're approaching from your port sector. Isn't that your port sector? No, that's your starboard sector. Your port sector is your left. All right. So if they're approaching you from your left, then you maintain your course. And they have to steer clear. If they approach you from within your starboard sector, then you have to alter your course. So coming on your right, you have to alter your course. If they approach from directly in front of you, if they're right in front of you, then you should do sound signal and then go right. And so they pass you on your port side, which is the okay side. Okay. Whoever is bigger can't move as well. Whoever is bigger is, like, less maneuverable, which is kind of the issue. Reduce your weight when passing other vessels. You want to go smaller. You don't capsize any canoes. If your power-driven vessel is on crossing course with a sail-driven vessel or a fishing vessel, then get out of the fucking way. If you're sailing, you have to get the fuck out of the way of the fishing vessels. Yeah. The giveaway vessel must always give way early, obviously, and substantially, and pass well astern of the stand-on vessel. Okay, so you just, like, never get as close to another vessel as pictured in the preceding diagrams. Less maneuverable vessels must always be given the right of way because, you know, they're just less, you can't, if it's a freighter, just get out of the fucking way. If it's towing, get out of the fucking way. If it's fishing, get out of the fucking way. If it's just floating in the, yeah. Sport fishing boats and water ski boats are fully maneuverable. All right. If it's underway, so it's on the water and maneuverable. Keep out of the way of everything, including sail-driven stuff, right? Navigating in narrow channels. All right. If they meet a narrow channel, the one going downriver has the right of way because they can't maneuver as much, right? Yeah. Too chunky to veer. Yeah. If you're chonk, then you just get out of the fucking way. Somebody should this is just get out of the fucking way. But I guess if you're just, like, approaching each other, then it's the port side that it's approaching your if you're approaching your port side, then you get out of the no, if it approaches your starboard, right, then get out of the freaking way. So starboard, you'd better make like Kirby and board a star if they come from your starboard. I don't know. This is a terrible analogy, but whatever. Whatever. Mnemonics are gonna be weird. If they're approaching your starboard, make like Kirby and board a star out of there. Smaller vessels. If you're on a commercial shipping channel, keep clear. Don't obstruct. Don't moor to a buoy. Radar reflector. Have the marine charts. If you're a small craft in a shipping lane, you should be in other groups' small boats to make yourself more visible. Power-driven and sail-driven vessels that are less than 20 meters in length must give way to vessels that can safely navigate only in narrow channel or fouling the traffic lane. Okay, so if you're small, get out of the way. If you're small, get out of the way. If you're a small vehicle, get out of the way of ferries. One prolonged blast on a horn is a ferry moving. Ferries are attached at both ends to a cable, which they might follow back and forth. You may strike the cable with the lower end of the motor, thus disabling the motor or trapping the boat on the cable. Any vessels must always be prepared to yield to any vessel for maneuverability is constrained by its draft. Any vessel directed by a larger vessel give way, often by using 5 short blast sound signals, must always do so. Okay. All right. Cool. You have to use sound signals when it is dark. When it's when you're in low visibility conditions. One short blast means I am turning right. 2 is I am going left. 3 is I'm going backwards. 4 is I can't move. And 5 is what the fuck are you doing? This is actually pretty fun. Firing a dock. It was signaled as leaving dock by sounding one prolonged. Yeah, okay. So prolonged blast is leaving dock. But yeah, yeah. 1 is I'm going right. 2 is I'm going left. 3 is I'm going backwards. 4 is I can't go anywhere. I don't know what I'm doing. And 5 is I don't know what the hell you're doing. Uh, 12 or more must have a whistle. 20 must have a bell. I don't know what oh, these are a short blast, yeah. Audible range of 1.5 nautical miles and 1 nautical mile if you're okay, so it's larger if you're small. Must be capable of 4 to 6 seconds duration. Okay. It can be hand, mouth, or power operated for commercial vessels less than 12 meters in length. Credits able to make an efficient sound signaling, must be capable of producing a 4 to 6 second blast with a range of half a nautical mile. Compressed air horn is an acceptable sound signaling device under the regulations. Great. Good thing I brought one here. I got one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that means I have no idea what the fuck you're doing. What the hell are you doing? Chat, what is this? 5 short blasts. Please indicate to me what the hell you're doing. All right, if 2 sailing vessels, the windward side. Side that is opposite the side on which the main sail. So if your sail is being blown in a way, right? Then your windward side is on the other side. If you have port as your windward side. Okay. If starboard is your windward side, then you have to get. Oh yeah. If port is your windward side, then you have to get way out of the way. If they have the same sail-driven vessel to windward. Okay. All right. All right, so ports must all yield to starboards. Port winds. I guess if your sail is on the starboard, then you have to get out of the way. So if your windward side is port, but if you're being approached from starboard, you have to get out of the way, right? All right, if they have the same windward side, then the vessel upwind has to get out of the way. I guess you turn left in that case? I assume there's if a sail-driven vessel has a port side, they cannot determine with certainty if an upwind sailing vessel is the wind on its port. The downwind sailing vessel with the wind on its port side will take early and substantial action. Okay. So the upwind, the downwind vessel has to, you know, give way if it can't tell what's going on. But the upwind, okay. And then just get out of the way of adrift and restricted ability. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, lights. Port is red. It's like wine. Wait, hold on. Did they use this? It's a kind of red wine. I mean, I do drink some port sometimes. Port is like wine. I see. The wind is always changing. Well, it's not that the wind is changing directions. So it's where the sail is. So it's like the wind determines where the sail will be. But then like what you don't have to worry about the actual wind, I think. You just look at where I guess the downwind. Yeah, you look at your sails instead of looking at the actual wind. Because the sail will be on one side or the other, right? So the wine is red and then the other one is green and then the black back is white, right? It's not like cars, which have red lights on the back. All right. Horizontal arc of 112.5. That's not a third. That's not 120. That's a 22.5 abaft the beam. 112, 135 across the stern. Okay. You have to have side lights on a stern light when you're underway at night or in reduced visibility. Okay. And then there's a masthead light, which is a higher light that shows that it's power driven. Okay. All right. I see. Okay. But if you're not power driven, then you don't have that light on, right? Sail-driven vessels have to show it. It's activated in order to indicate. Okay, so it's always on. Navigation lights. Is that a navigation light or is that just on that shows its power? When underway at night. Okay, the masthead light only has to be on for power-driven vessels. It's mounted higher. It's a large arc. Less than 12 meters long. Must display an all-round light if it's small. Higher than the side lights. All right. A sailboat using its engine to indicate with the masthead light. So you have to have the masthead light. It's a conical day shape. What? Vessels less than 20 meters are not required to exhibit the day shape in Canadian waters of a road, oh. Sailing vessels operating under machinery are, considered power-driven. Okay. They must display the lights for power-driven vessels. Vehicle proceeding under sail. Okay. Conical day shape. Is that it? That's just a flag, basically, right? Is it a power drive or sail drive? Okay. It's an all-around light. Means it's power. All right. If you meet if it's one green light, then it's sail driven and you're the giveaway vessel. So if you see a green light, then you have to, you have to stop and not stop, but you have to get out of the way. Pass it abaft its stern. That is its right side, right? So that means you have to go left, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so if you see a green light, then it's that's the right on its right side, and so it's coming towards you, but it's going to your starboard, I guess. And then you have to get out of the way, right? If it's powered, wait, no, hold on. If it's green, if it's only green, then you're the giveaway vessel because you're powered. Excuse me. If it's under power and you see a green light, then you keep going. Okay, so there you go. Okay, so that's how it is, right? The red light actually does mean that you have to... The red light means you have to do something, right? You have to give way. But if it's a sailboat, you have to give way anyway. Okay, all right, cool. So we figure out if it's under power now. If it's under power, then... And you're under power, then you... Okay, got it. You can see the red light, then get the fuck out of the way. If there's a white stern light, then you're overtaking it. You have to not overtake it. You can see both side lights. You are going to collision course. You must alter course and speed. Sound a short blast sound signal because you're going, what? Is one left? No, one is right. One is right, two is left. How do I remember that? One is starboard. Because... two is port. I don't know. One is starboard. You get the person who gets the top. One blast is starboard because the person who has one gets first place gets a cool star. Okay, I know. A light flashing at regular intervals is a frequency of 120 flashes per more per minute to indicate an air-cushioned vessel that is operating in non-displacement mode, e.g. during flight mode. It's a hovercraft. It's full of eels. Oh, no. A tow light is like a slower flashing. Blue is cops. And then flash is a stationary vessel. Okay. It's flashing. Excuse me. It's flashing for you. All right. 50 meters. An anchor between sunset and sunrise. Sunrise, sunset. All run light. 360 degree if you're at anchor. Sail-driven vessels have to... you can display a tri-light at the top of the map. If you're small, you can put the light at the top of the mast. Okay. Tiny flashlight. If it's a non-powered vessels, if it's small, then you have to have a flashlight, and you just use the light and you flash it at a person. If you're a kayak, you have to have a flashlight. fisher boats. 2 all-round lights in a vertical line. Oh man, there's so many freaking things. Fishing, if they're stuck, if they're just there, trawler nets, I guess it's like a giant net, and you have to stay really far away from that, right? Let's see. So white, red, right? And then side lights and the stern light. Yeah, okay. They have the regular side lights and the stern light. But they also have a white, red thing on top. If they're trawling, then it's white, red, white, green. So. Two cones with their apexes together in a vertical line. Okay. All right. Cool. Side lights and the stern light. White, green. And if it's bigger, then they put one light on top of the thing. If you're towing, yellow light. Two lights in a vertical line. Okay. 3 of the lights if the tow is long. So you have to look for the 2 lights or the three lights. And a yellow light. And then the towed vessel has to have a diamond shape, or, you know. Okay, so if you see the towing thing, then like if you see a yellow light, don't go behind it. All right. They have to illuminate the tow line. All right. Pushing vessels. 2 lights in a vertical line. Okay, so this is 3 lights for towing, 2 lights for pushing. And then if it's rigidly connected, it's just one. It's normally normal lights. So, all right. Age and horsepower. Children can only operate small horsepower engines. Let's see. Teenagers can only go up to, 40 horsepower, and then no one under 16 years of age can operate a personal watercraft. Everybody requires proof of competency to operate any motor's boat. Okay, cool. Water skiing can be restricted. Power limits, speed limits. No internal combustions or steam engines. No steam. No. Your hoity-toity new steam engines are not allowed around here. All right. Time restrictions. No, nothing. Oh, this is like a symbol for north. Okay, no skiing. The orange part is in north. No power vessels between these days. No powered vessels this way. Interesting. Okay. No. No power vessels between the hours and days indicated in red. Is it 12-hour clock? Like between 2 and 4 p.m.? 2 and 5 p.m.? All right. Within 30 minutes of the shoreline, a 10-kilometer-per-hour speed limit is in effect. For BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Nova Scotia. All right. Water skiing. Or in small rivers and canals. When it's perpendicular to the shoreline. Oh, when it's going away from the shoreline, you can water ski. Legally obligated to comply with all posted speed restrictions. So 10 kilometers an hour speed restrictions not posted close to the shoreline. Is it a fancy new Helix? Which one? The your steamboat. Yeah. It's fancy new Helix. All right, noise restrictions. Any motorized pleasure craft with a motor other than a stock outboard engine must have a muffler. Official training if she does not apply if you're in a okay. Marine charts are graphic representations depicting water areas. All right. Master and owner of a vessel of less than 100 tons are not required to have on board the charts, documentations, publications. Location and charter. Charted shipping routes, lights, buoys, beacons, barks, navigational hazards. Canadian tide and current tables. All right. You need to have marine charts? You have marine charts. I guess you need to know where your vessel can navigate. All right. If it's less than 100 tons, you don't have to have the charts, documents, publications if you're an old salty sailor who knows the local area. If you know what's going on, you don't have to have the chart on board, but like otherwise you do. You also carry on board a copy of the Canadian tide and current table. All right. The criminal code. All right. It's an offense to operate a pleasure craft dangerously. You have to have a responsible person as spotter if you are towing. A human being on board, facing aft, acting as spotter. Reporting to the driver. It's an offense to tow a person after dark. All right. Can't operate unseaworthy. That's fine. We know that. If you're involved in an accident, you must render assistance. You have to assist any person. You cannot consume drugs or alcohol on any vessel. You cannot be legally impaired. Which is the norm. This is the normal level for drunk driving in Canada. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can't drive drunk. Offense to fail or refuse to comply with demand. Your passengers can be drunk, yeah, and stoned. But that's the same with automobiles, right? Like, it's just the operator. I mean, they have alcohol on board a lot of vessels. It's just, you don't... I think you can do it, yeah. I think the passengers can do mostly what they want. You can't be disqualified. You can't interfere with the buoy. You cannot conceal, remove, or alter it. You can't, like, block it. You can't drag it. You can't anchor next to it. You can't, like, send false signals. You can't fake mayday. You can't do any of that stuff. First offense is up to $600, 600 or more fine. Second is jail, 2 weeks jail, and then each one after that is 3 months jail. Yes, you can't carelessly, jump waves or you cannot jump waves or the wake of another vessel unreasonably close to that vessel so as to cause engine RPM to peak and make unusual or excessive noise. Damn kids! your damn kids going out in your weird like. This is such a specific thing. It's like, cannot operate a vessel of high engine regime and circular crisscross patterns for extended periods of time in the same location. Okay. You can't do donuts in the parking lot. Yeah, that's true. Hello, Neon Purrs. Hello. Welcome. Hello, hello, hello. I'm learning to boat license. I'm getting my Canadian boat license. I'm doing a boat course. I'm doing a boat safety course. Hello. Welcome Raiders. Hello. I was backseating Neon's Mahjong Soul the other day, or yesterday. Yeah, no, and we're looking at this sort of stuff that they call careless boating, right? It's like you're not allowed to do donuts in the parking lot, like operating a vessel high engine regime and circular crisscross patterns for extended periods of time in the same location. You're also not allowed to jump waves or the wake of another vessel unreasonably close to that vessel so as to cause engine RPM to peak and make unusual or excessive noise. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you doing today? You can't weave through congested traffic at more than slow speed. Yeah, Neon is somebody who I like just ran into yesterday while like just going through the category listing and looking for I was looking for Mahjong Soul, I think, because like I started playing Mahjong Soul on Eggy's stream because I saw Eggy was playing it, and Oshi Uplink is this weekend. And so I was like, I'm jumping into Eggy's stream, playing Mahjong because I'm trying to like get a local like VTuber Mahjong thing going. And then I was like, I think I saw that like so what happened was I saw like I didn't realize there were drops for like Mahjong Soul. And I realized I was like 6 minutes away from a drop. And I was like, okay, well, who's streaming Mahjong Soul? And I just look and find the first VTuber streaming Mahjong Soul. And I was like, wait a minute, you're also in Toronto, and you're also going to Oshi Uplink. And yeah, the real reason I actually looked at your stream was because I was 3 minutes away from some random drop. I'm not even gonna use them. I don't even care about the gacha. It's just a Mahjong client for me. But like, you know, if you're like 9 minutes away from getting a thing, then you kind of want to have to get the thing, right? And actually it turned out to be really cool, and I'm very glad that I did it. So I'm glad that I'm glad that I did not actually get all the way on Eggy's stream to having the drops. I was like, you know, 9 minutes away, and yeah, you guys should check out Neon. Neon is like a really cool you know, cyberpunk cat VTuber who does I think you do some sort of fashion stuff, and you're looking for, I believe, Asuna in Mahjong Soul because they're doing a SAO collab. But yeah, I got the drop, and then yeah. Yeah, let me give a shout out. But yes, today I am through. Basically, in order to get a permanent boat license that lets you operate boats in Canada, you need to take a multiple choice quiz and get, I think, 80% on it. And I am working through a boat course to try to take this quiz. So I'm going through an official boat operation course, and then when I finish this course, I'll be legally allowed to, well, when I take the actual test, then I will be legally allowed to boat in Canada. I can operate a powerboat in Canada. It's basically like a driver's license, except it lasts forever and it never goes away for any reason. So, you know, it costs like, you know, $30. You get it once, and then permanently you just have a boat license. Although the boat still has registration, but actually, it's weird to me, like, how much more expensive all the car stuff is than boat stuff. Like, you think that boats would be more expensive. I guess, like, there are some boats that are cheaper. I mean, obviously, there are boats that are, like, the price of houses, and then there's boats that are, like, the price of, like, a fraction of a car, right? Like, you know, you can have a canoe, although you're not required to have a boat license for a canoe. If it doesn't have an engine on it, it's fine unless it's, what is it? I think you only need this license currently for any boat with an engine, and then soon, you'll need it for sailboats. But, like, not currently for, like, I don't think not at all for, like, canoes and stuff. Like, if you're just canoeing, you're fine. Or paddle boating? I guess paddle boating is probably fine. I don't know whether it counts as machinery or not, but I guess it doesn't have an engine. Yeah, minimum requirements. All right, no exemptions for laws. They apply to all boaters in Canada except for Nunavut. These are the rules of the sea are laws, at least in Canada. They can monitor for you for careless operation. They can demand that you stop. They can inspect your vessel. They can check for safety equipment. They can verify that you're carrying photo identification that I guess matches your boat license. They can ask questions and fine you. Any government, yeah, if they have a blue light and they pull you over, then you have to stop. All right, let's see if I can get this. Towing a water, knowingly operating, yeah, operating a, yeah, all these are potentially criminal offense. Yeah, you can't operate a you can't tow after more than an hour after sunset. When piloting a pleasure craft, I mean, I assume down the middle of the channel. Is it right? Did they say this? I mean, I assume it's... I assume it's right side of the channel, but, like, you know. If it's narrow, then I think you just proceed down the middle, right? What action was the operator of a vessel? Maybe it's right side, I don't know. I don't think I saw this. I don't think this was in the course. When being overtaken, slow down as quickly as possible. Okay. Don't slow down into the overtaken. I think you just stay, because I think if you're being overtaken, then you just maintain course. I don't know. Maybe I missed all of this. I don't think I saw that in the thing. Why is it a criminal offense to dispose of... Did they say this either? It's a criminal offense to dispose of expired flares by using this. You're sending a false distress signal, are you? Maybe it's this. I don't know. When underway at any time between sunrise and sunset, or during periods of restricted visibility. 3 short blasts. Is that is 4 I'm unable to maneuver, right? Maintain course and speed unless you are the giveaway vessel. Steer clear of commercial shipping lanes and travel in groups if possible or near a shipping lane. Yeah, you don't want to be there. Requires navigation under oars and without a power. Yeah, it's a watertight flashlight. Not a pyrotechnic signal. I think just a flashlight, right? Trawling. It's 2 lights. The lower is white and upper green. Yeah, okay. That's trawling. Government vessel. Blue flashing light. 80%. Okay, I got... Yeah, I guess you go down the right. 5? I thought 5 is like, what the fuck are you doing? I guess 5 is what the fuck are you doing? Okay, cool. Anyway, I passed. I guess it's right side of the channel. 5 is get out of my way. I thought 5 is I don't know what you're doing. 5, I guess, is get out of your way. Get out of my way. Fair enough. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. All right. Okay. Aids to navigation, which are not to be confused with navigational aids. So navigational aids are things on your boat, and aids to navigation are things not on your boat. Which, for whatever reason, they have the exact same word for both of these things. Just they flip the thing around, and it's like, okay, well, all right, cool. I guess in a narrow channel, you just treat it like a car lane. I don't think that was in the course, right? And the other, I guess 5 is what the fuck are you doing? I thought 4 was I can't navigate, or I can't maneuver, but I guess it's 5 for get out of my way. Okay, lateral buoy system. Left-hand buoys. If they're left, they're right. If they're left, they're on the green is to your left. It's red right returning, so left-hand side of a chain. Okay. Red right returning. So I guess when you're returning to port, right? Sometimes it's yes. The left side is side when you're left when facing upstream. Right was when you're... Wait, I thought it's red right returning. Hold on. Traveling upstream. I see. So upstream is... Isn't it red right returning? Oh, upstream is returning. Okay. Red right returning. Yeah, okay. The mnemonic. They'd say how to pronounce mnemonic. That's funny. Red right returning. All right. He kept but upstream, you return upstream. Upstream is moving upriver into a harbor. Okay, upstream is towards a harbor or towards a coastline or upriver. Open water. Upstream is in from open water into more restricted area. Okay. So when you're coming back, red right returning, yeah. Port is always left-hand side. It's a top mark. It has a green light. And it's either flash to yeah. Okay. Green lights. Odd numbers, green lights, letters. 3 cans, bars, lights. Yeah, okay. All right. If it's right, it's a cone. It's a 4-second flash cycle. Okay. Yeah. Even numbers. Okay. Right hands are even numbers. Junctions. Okay. The main channel. The left one. Okay. So the color on the top and bottom. Right. So if the thing The top color is the primary one. So yeah, if you wanted, you can go on the other side, but they, yeah. All right, cool. Got it. Day beacons. All right, they're a pole or a pole in water. You can only see it during day. Wait, why is the, okay, these are junctions. Wait, what? Starboard hand, day beacon. Is this right? Okay. Left, black square, black green square, surrounded by a square green colored border. Odd numbers. Triangle, red triangle, and red triangle. And then the center, let's see. Why does it look like that? The middle one is the, I guess it's a junction beacon. Okay, so the weird yield sign is a junction beacon. And then the main thing is in the middle of it. All right. All right. All right. Okay. 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 Range day beacons. They're fixed aids. I see. You want to have a lower marker and an upper marker, and then you go so that you can see them at the same. You just align them with each other. All right, cool. Cool. 3 points make a line. Neat. All right. We do the let's see. Okay, all right. I can take a click next. I can go next. All right. Fairway boys. Okay. Safe water. You should keep to the, how is that a port thing? Oh, I see. This is like, I see. Okay. This is basically like, you know, this is the lane marker for a car. Okay, a fairway is a isolated danger is like there's a rock here. We're moored. You can have navigate. Just stay away from it, but like go on its right or on its left. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Black horizontal red band. A safe one. Okay. So white, red, white is like this is a car lane marker. And then the black one is like, this is a wreck. This is an island, I guess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. I think I got it. Yeah. The third point is your eyes. Ah, right. Yep. Mm-hmm. I got it. 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 I think we got most of this. I don't actually don't know how much more there is. Like, I don't know how big the chapter... I don't know how big chapter 5, 6, and 7 is. The brain is braining. I don't know. Now I'm trying to think. Maybe we just like... Maybe we just push this all the way through the end and just do it all in one go. I could just take the exam as well, right? Like I can do that now and just have a boat license by the time the stream is over. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just like, you know, just marathon this thing. I know it's like 1 in the morning. I've just gotta just do it. Maybe I can just do it. I could just do it. All right, cardinal buoys. Okay. North, south, east, west. The safest water is in the cardinal direction. Yellow and black. The conical, the north buoy is like, oh no. Oh no, it's got a weird symbol. It's like, all right. 2 stacked cones pointing up. It's a needle pointing north on a compass. All right, it's black top. All right, how the hell do you tell the difference? Okay, so black is the direction of the thing, right? Black is the main thing. Okay, so the way that I kind of remember the east one, right? So the east cardinal buoy, right, has 2 black stripes on it, right? And it's the east cardinal buoy because when you play the first round of mahjong, right? And if you're the dealer in the first round of mahjong, then you're both east seat and east wind, right? Like east wind, it's east round, and you can be east seat, and so you can get a double, you know, you can get a double wind from like having the east tile. But you can't do that with West tile because you never play 3 rounds. Like, West tile is basically never, like, I mean, there's, like, very narrow, like, circumstances in which you can go to a West round if you, like, are all below 30,000 points and you, like, finish the end of a South round. But, like, under normal circumstances, the only way you can get 2 of them. And so black is the main one, right? So it's, like, black is, like, top for North and, like, bottom for South, which makes sense, right? And then the East... For East, like, if there's 2 black lines, right, then that indicates that you can get the double taunt, like the double East, when you're playing on the East round. And this is a perfect, this is basically how to remember, right? Like, so the safe water is to the East because you want to, you know, get the double I mean, it's not safe to discard, right? It means the East is more dangerous to discard, but it's safer water, right? Like, because, you know, usually mahjong is played on land. Not always, but, like, you know, usually. Anyway. I'm sure the mahjong, I bet you the mahjong, like, kind of room in some of those ferries go hard. I didn't see any on the sort of weird ferry that I took from, like, Hokkaido to Sapporo, or to Sendai, but, like, I'm sure somebody has got to have, like, some sort of mahjong parlor at sea. Let's see. 9 flashes 1 second apart every 15 seconds. Or 9 like seconds a hash second apart, repeated every... Okay, there's like... There's a bunch of like complicated like... There's a bunch of light flashing signals that are... Okay. So east is just like blink, 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 blink. No, so north is blink, 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 blink. Right? South is blink, 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 blink. And then blink. East is blink, blink, blink. Right, again. Blink, blink, blink. Yeah. And then the other one is like blink, 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 blink. Oh, they have the news. No, I think I'm going to do the, I guess the top marks are, the east one is a, you can draw a W. Okay, fine. Cool. All right. Well, my stupid mahjong thing, right? You're learning Tajik. Awesome. You're learning Tajik and I'm learning to sail. So we're just this is all like what we're doing, right? Like it's we're doing good. We're hanging. I'm getting my boat license and you're learning Tajik. This is actually a great. I think this is great and I stand for it. It's wonderful. Yeah, I'm learning that if you have a buoy and it has like black on top and black on bottom and yellow in the middle, that means that it's east. That the good stuff is to the east. Yellow-colored buoy that is marked features such as traffic separations, as well as dangers such as firing ranges, underwater pipeline. Well, firing ranges are illegal in Toronto, except for one of them, I think. I think there's one firing range that got grandfathered in, and one of them like closed during COVID. So All right, so yellow, just don't traffic separations, seaplane bases, race courses, underwater pipelines, and areas with no through channels. All right. X. I hope we don't have to know all of these buoy. Maybe we need to know all of these flash patterns. I don't know. Possibly? Do we need to memorize all these flash patterns? Maybe. You don't need to know them off the top of your head? All right. Okay. I don't know whether they're in the multiple choice exam. Anchorage buoy marks the perimeter of designated anchorage area. Okay. Mooring is for mooring. You just can secure your... You can only moor to a mooring buoy. Which is orange, yellow, orange, white, I guess. Information. It's a sign. It's like it just says it's a sign. One flash every 4 seconds. Hollow orange square. Hazard is white and orange. What's the difference between hazard and caution? I guess a caution is more like kind of human stuff, and then I guess the sign contains the gems. Yeah, no, this is just blueprints. Control. Okay. Hollow orange circle. A black symbol inside the orange circle. Okay. These are all one. Okay, so hazard is a diamond. Okay, but then they have a symbol inside it. Okay, so these are just like signs. So the cautionary buoy is like, doesn't actually... Cautionary buoy is just not, don't here. And then anchorage buoy is you can anchor. Mooring is you can moor. And then these are just different signs. Keep out. It's a prohibited boat. Okay. A scientific buoy is a scientific... The hazard represented is the buoy itself. Okay. A diving buoy... All right, if there's scuba diving, there's a red flag. Big red flag. A swimming buoy is white. So don't go there. Low head dam hazard. Damn! Damn, that's a hazard. No wake zone, no anchorage area, speed limit zone, low head dam hazard, power line, pipeline, yeah. Safest water lies in the direction indicated by the buoy. Well, I guess I got the let's go. I guess there's all the buoys. I think it should be fine. I think the buoys actually make more sense than some of the other stuff. A diving buoy is a red flag with a diagonal white stripe. Swimming buoy is just white. Completely yellow is a cautionary buoy. Information buoy is local information. Maybe emergency phone numbers? It could be that? I don't know. I'm gonna say all of the above. Starboard hand buoy is red colored and pointed on top, I assume? Local is a hazard buoy. Okay. A control buoy is all of the above. Limitations on different types of boating. Yellow and a black colored ankle. Okay, you can anchor. It's an anchor symbol. You can anchorage. The pipeline buoy to your draft pool. Bifurcation buoys. One channel splits into 2 channels and indicate which one of them is the main channel. A port buoy is a green colored and I think pointed on top. I think they're pointed. Right? Oh, just local information. All right, cool. Wait, ports are flat? I didn't know that the port... Okay, wait. Starboard is... All right, I'm gonna look back at, see what the... I don't know that they had different... Port buoy. Wait, they're the same... I guess they have the point. Oh, they have the pointy thing on top. Yeah, I guess they're pointy. All right. All right. It's flat and it's pointy. Okay. All right. Cool. Fine. 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 Ports are flat. I get it. I guess ports are flat, but also ports. The wine is flat. I guess the wine doesn't have carbonation in it. It's not a sparkling wine. Stars are pointy, and ports, like the wine, is not a carbonated wine typically. It just has a lot of sugar in it. All right, before heading out, you have to be. Did I just skip over the ad? Did everybody get the ad and I didn't do the words on? Damn it. Okay. Well, rip. Okay. Port is flat. Got it. All right. I just saw the little like tiny pointy thing and I didn't think of it. Oh yeah, that's pointy. It's totally pointy. All right, the information that you must know before heading out. You have to be prepared. Preseason maintenance. Okay. If you just do your boat sometimes, ensure that the drain plug is installed so it doesn't like just sink. No. Batteries charged for 24 hours. Top up fluids. Replace the oil. Every season. Fuel filter. Electrical fuel propulsion cooling. Wiring cable. They should be checked check the throttle, check the wiring cable, connect terminals for tightness during corrosion, check hoses and lines, and if you have gasoline inboard engine, clean the flame arrestor with soap and water. Okay, all right, cool. Nav lights. Make sure that your lights are in good working order. Most of them use a rubber or foam gasket. If you see condensation, it means that the gasket leaks, so you have to inspect it, spray them with silicone, electrical connections, corrosion protection, polish it to shine. You have to be able to see. The masthead light must be 2 miles, side lights must be 1, stern must be 2, towing must be 2, all around. Okay, so everything except the side lights must be 1. I guess the side lights like are more of a thing of like, hey, I'm navigating, I'm like right at you. Everything else is like 1. Okay. And they must be 2 if you're a bigger vessel, or 5 if you're a massive vessel. Special lights are 2. If you're towed, you have to have a 3 mile. Okay, cool. Small vessel. To avoid impeding the operation, you have to not overload the craft in excess of the recommended safe load capacity of the equivalent maximum allowable number of adult persons. Not overload the craft in excess of the recommended safe load. Evenly distribute weight. Keep the center of gravity low as possible. Stow so it doesn't go around. Okay. Don't have it like, you know, move around. Obey the compliance notice for fair weather. Don't do that. Like, do less if it's windy. If it's overpowered, it will be lower in the water and sink. Less stable if it's overloaded or overpowered. Overpowering is illegal. Now I carry bulky items onto a docked boat. If your arms are full, it's difficult to maintain your balance. From the shore. Or from a dock. Lay the gear out. I see. Okay. Okay, so you want, if you want to get stuff on board that's bulky, you want to go on the boat first and then bring it on. Okay, got it. Otherwise you might fall. All right. It must be tied up or held firmly in place until everyone's aboard. Grab onto something solid, such as the gunwale or a stanchion. All these nautical terms. Okay. Dinghy or canoe. Crouch to keep your center of gravity low. Never step on the gunwale. Never step onto the gunwale. I should probably know what a gunwale is again. What the fuck is a gunwale? I saw this 10 million. It's the top of the side of a vessel's hull. The top of the side. Okay. It is the part of the vessel that is basically most... all right, that makes sense. That's the part that is most kind of like wonky. All right. Yes. The place where I would think to put my foot on a boat if I wanted to capsize it most aggressively. We don't step on that. Board near the bow, which is the front, and then move on to your seat along the center line. Oh, that's an unstable vessel. Yeah. Okay. All right. You don't have to do this if it's a larger pleasure craft. You don't have to worry about stepping. Yeah. Imagine I like, you know, I'm boarding some cruise ship and I step onto the gunwale and then the thing that sinks. It's very funny. Just I'm too big. Stow them, fatal capsizing or fail. You become, if you're boarding a boat, you become the operator. Just flip the cruise ship. I don't know. Can we? Okay, there's 9 sections here. Honestly, what is it? We've done 4.5 hours. I think we can just like, I think I can just go to the end and I believe you can, hold on. I'm gonna take a look at what the procedures are. I think once you finish the course, how long can you take to take the test? Did you take the let's see. Free retries must be taken within 30 days of passing the course. Is open book and unsupervised. Contains 50 multiple choice questions. Score 75% to pass. Is 1 hour and 15 minutes long. Allows free retries. So I think I can take it. I think I can take it here, right? Let's see. I don't know whether I want to take it like on the, let's see, if I'm boarding a boat, ensure that you have the card. You don't want to have a fine of $250. Verify that manual propelling devices are intact. Check the hull for damage. Check the batteries charge and fluid level. Verify all hoses, clamps, and belts are secure and in good condition. For example, if you are, you know, a Nomura protagonist, this step is going to take a giant amount of time, right? You're just going to be checking all of the clamps and belts like for 3 hours. Like the throttle doesn't stick or bind. Confirm that navigation lights are in good working order. Weather forecast. Marine charts. PFDs. Are there life jackets except for babies and wide people, which you don't need in Canada. Make sure you have a marine radio or cell phone. If you have if you're small, they didn't say that you need a radio, I guess. Relying on a cell phone. Some of them offer the star 16 service to reach the Canadian Coast Guard. That's like the area code of Toronto, except without with a star instead of a 4. All right. If you're in the random waters, just do. Am I boating now? I can't yet, but once I finish this, I'll have my Canadian boating license. If traveling in U.S. waters, have you looked? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, there's American water. There's plenty of American water stuff, right? All right. We check navigational references for the tides and water flow and that kind of stuff. Check your charts for places to take shelter first aid kit, repair kit, weight of passengers, sail plan, tell somebody you know where you're going, when you expect to return. Like, you know, I would like to boat, and I would like to VTube on a boat. I will not be operating the boat when I am VTubing on a boat. I mean, I know that there's no law against VTubing. Well, actually, there's no specific reason why you could not VTube and boat. Like, you can operate I think you can operate a vessel while actively VTubing. I think there's nothing I've seen here so far. You just mount you have like just mount a phone on the rudder. I don't know. As long as you're not distracted while operating, yeah. I can mount a phone on the rudder, and I can do my existing like VPN setup where I just VPN from the world, and I can forward it to the I mean, I can just forward the tracking data to my home computer and then stream, right? Like, you just need audio and tracking, and you can do that by just VPNing your phone, your VTubing phone. And also, like, you know, there's what am I trying to say? There's we're getting a bunch of flux pose, so I can, like, my 3D model can, the IRL video might take a bunch of bandwidth. Yeah, but that's fine. Like, I mean, it can have bandwidth stutters. Like, it's not completely like required that the IRL video like not be great like 100% of the time. And you could like send a pretty low bandwidth one, right? Without operating if possible. It depends what the nature I mean, obviously I'm not going to do my first operating of a boat VTubing. Well, maybe I should. Maybe I should just to get the achievement, right? I assume that's an achievement. Is that, can somebody check the, can somebody, check the achievements for boating and see if there's one for, has only ever been VTubing while operating a vessel? That's on the achievement list, right? I mean, okay, the other thing, of course, is like, it really depends on, like, what boat you're operating on, what waters, and, like, you know, it's just, like, extremely dependent on, like, you know. It's right under having your vessel towed by secret. Yeah, there you go. That, people have gotten that achievement. That's not a... I know that there's been somebody who... Actually, okay, I know somebody who has VTubed from a boat. There is, in fact, like, a stream of Lua Lucky VTubing from a boat. And if it was a sufficiently small boat, if it was a canoe, then there's certainly a very strong possibility that that the vessel was being operated while VTubing. Like a canoe on a small lake or a small, you know, pond or whatever, right? Are you boating for Oh my god. Thanks, Automod, for flagging water sport. Am I boating for travel for what? I'm boating for VTubing? I don't know. I'm boating for fun, I guess. I don't know. I might go and do some, like, there's some fun waterways. There's like a boat train in north of Toronto. There's like this weird boat train that you can take, and you know, if you boat in that waterway, I don't think you can sail there, so you probably need to power boat it, but like you can basically take your boat through this like boat train that like gets your boat out of the water and then takes it over a portage and then puts it on the other side, and that'd be cool to go through. Should boat train. There's a bunch of weird YouTube videos about it, but I don't think they've gotten VTubers before. I mean, look, my opinion is that aquatic VTubers are such a big thing, but we don't do nearly enough with actual water. I don't know, where the hell is the actual, like, aquatic VTubering actual water stuff, right? I mean even, like, we're being beaten by the birds. Like, I think, like, you know, Kiara and, like, keeps taking everybody to the Maldives and doing, like, random, like, off collabs, like, next to the water, and, like, the aquatic VTubers are just, like, completely behind on this. We're eons behind. And so, like, if we're gonna, like, be able to live up to our reputation as aquatic VTubers, then we got to do something with the water. And I'm doing what I can to fix this incredibly important oversight, right? Like, the sea tubers are slacking. This is exactly what's going on, right? This is a clarion call to my fellow sea tubers. Like, you're gonna have to, like, do something to live up to your name. You can't just keep coasting on, like, Gargura forever, right? We have Hudson's Bay, and we don't do anything with Hudson Bay, right? The bay is even bankrupt. The company. Salt? I mean, you can be a salty gamer. I mean, not every aquatic VTuber, by the way, is seawater going, right? Like, some of them are freshwater. And this is something that actually, like, it's very important. We should, like, get VTuble to do this. Is, like, distinguish between freshwater VTubers and saltwater VTubers, because it's very important to know how they respond to video games. The drain plug is properly... I don't really know that much about this drain plug. I have not actually operated a boat, but, like, it's very funny to me to think about the idea of, like, a drain plug where you just pull it and it's like, oh yeah, the boat capsizes. It's like koi. Yeah, I mean, koi rated earlier, so that's good. We have some fresh water in here. Yeah, there's koi VTubers. There's, like, I don't know. We don't really get trout tubers. Where are the trout tubers? Hold on. Aquatic VTuber lists. List of aquatic VTubers. I mean, the AI overview says, like, Aqua and Kobo, which are just people. They're just people. Rating aquatic VTubers for Team C's. This is a BAL thing? Is this a BAL video? Or is this someone else? Noira, fish VTuber. I mean, I assume that there's gonna be some fish. Mari's, yeah, goldfish are freshwater. Yeah. Beaver tuber. Yeah, we don't really have a lot of beaver tuber. Although they're not really. I guess they're aquatic. They're wolverines. Yeah, wolverine otters. Otter tubers. Yeah, Mari underscore freshwater. The E in Mari En stands for eutropic. Eutropic nutrients. That's the everybody thought it standed for English, but it's actually Mari underscore eutropic nutrients. I'm getting certified to operate a pleasure craft. I'm not trying to, like, I'm not getting a commercial boat license. But I am getting the bare minimum kind of Canadian, you know, pleasure craft boat license to be able to operate any kind of pleasure craft. This is my like kind of just the bare minimum boat safety course to do this. So, yeah, they're a mixture of koi and trout. Wait, is crumb roll? I don't know crumb roll. Is crumb roll aquatic? Is emergency an EPIRB, a coded signal? Okay. Marine weather forecasts. Okay. Weather forecasts can be obtained from a number of sources, including your own personal observations, newspapers, radio telephones, Environment Canada information lines, radio channels 21B, 25B, and 83B, radio channels 21B, WX. Okay. Is 83B the Toronto, Montreal, and Halifax VHF broadcast from Weather Radio Canada services, Environment Canada, via the internet at weather/weatherman, AM and FM radio weather forecast, and television weather channel. So you can just look up the weather. You can get the official Canada weather stuff, or you can just do the weather. Yeah. Canadians both. Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, in Canada, you need to have a pleasure craft operator card. So you just, you know, you do a boat safety course, and then you take a multiple choice quiz. And if you get more than 75%, you get a permanent boat operator license. And then there's just there's a list of sites that are authorized to do this, and then I'm on one of them. And I guess it costs $30, and then you're done. $30 Canadian dollars. It's not American dollars. It's like Canadian. All right. Light winds, strong winds, moderate winds, gale force winds, storm force winds, hurricane force winds. Yeah, they have poor weather conditions. Strong winds, gale winds, storm warning. Okay. Shiloh is an orca, but orcas are Arthur is a seal, yes. Arthur was one of the very first people in this stream chatting, actually. Seals are oceanic though. So yeah, we are really lacking in freshwater VTubers. Hold on. I think I need to point this out. In there you go. California requires one. You don't need a license in the USA in general for pleasure boats. Yeah, no, I mean like the amount of paperwork that you need to actually get. If you're trying to do a commercial, you know, vessel, that's totally different, I think. Yeah. Doing cargo ship work is, I think, quite different. I could get certified though. If there's a sushi VTuber, do they count as a fish? They might. I think most sushi is oceanic. I assume. I don't think that there's a lot of river sushi, but like maybe a little bit, right? The storm is coming. I am the storm that is approaching. If the storm that is approaching, what is it? Oh man. basically if Virgil is approaching on the starboard side and you're both in powered vessels, then you have to give way. Ebico. But Ebico isn't Ebico just like a shrimp tuber? A tiger prawn? Ebico's or is that a different one? I mean, Ebico is shrimp, right? And shrimp is seawater. Tiger prawn is sea. It's a marine crustacean in the ocean. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ocean, so that's fair. But like, yeah, if you're Ebico, right? Like that's prawn, right? Prawn's ocean. Crawfish. The crawfish, yeah, that's fair. Crawfish can be freshwater. Do we have any other crawfish tubers? Okay, so what I have done is I have tried the thing of basically tweeting out where are the seawater ones, right? Like where are the freshwater ones? And then you know, I'm sure by putting this out into the world, some people are going to basically be like, oh, well, there's this freshwater VTuber. Can you give a shout out to Can you give a shout out to a yeah, I mean, like, if you know any freshwater VTubers, feel free to shout them out. I think relatively different. It's like I feel like if you kind of talk about some random streamer here, it's fine. Like I'm all good with that. I just like this like whole community of people that are doing the stuff, and I'm very excited to just like talk about the whole, you know, there's something actually probably pretty interesting to be seen about like the census of like VTuber types, right? Like I'm sure that like the types and quantities of animals are like they're different from like animals and say like oh, okay. Oh, they're not, are they VTubers? I assume they're not VTubers. Sorry, I don't know. Who are these? There's a 1976 neo-noir action thriller film. This is about reporting the Ukraine war and other world conflicts. If we're going to, you know, I will counter shout out a there's like a defense economist guy named Perun who's very funny. He's like he basically just does a bunch of spreadsheets and like gets his own satellite imagery of like stuff and yeah, like they have a face for radio though. Sorry, I'm so distracted now from the I'm so distracted from the sailing thing. Hold on. A sail plan, departure, route of travel, duration. You file them, you can assist search and rescue personnel. You file them with somebody, and if you don't have a VHF radio, you should file a sail plan. You can send it to any Coast Guard Marine Communications Traffic Services Center. And then tell them that you've returned from your trip. This will prevent launching an unnecessary search and rescue mission. Name, license member, your vessel's type, name, address, telephone number, number of persons on board, size, type, and color of the craft, type of engine, type of radio, telephone, description of features, slice of safety equipment being carried on board, description of the trip, the time of return, proposed route, instructions in case of emergency. All right, cool. Estimated time and date of return. If we are more than 2 hours late, please contact the local rescue coordination center. All right. Cool. Okay. Briefing all persons aboard. Actually, we're stuck on this for two. The sail plan was also invented by Amelia Watson. This is a deep cut, but basically, as far as I know, and I have not like researched this extremely thoroughly. I've tried a little bit. I've tried to find examples of this before this. But as far as I can tell, Amelia Watson was basically the person who pioneered the VTuber schedule, right? And to some, during deep COVID, most schedules on Twitter were VTuber schedules. Like if you search the word schedule on Twitter, then you just find a bunch of VTuber schedules. So Amelia Watson invented the schedule is basically what I'm trying to say, right? Like if you have a schedule, like it was invented by Amelia Watson. And I guess the sale plan also by Amelia Watson. Well, I mean, I assume that it was invented by Ame Same, by by Gura. Let's see. Okay. I should probably actually read this thing. All right. Tell people that where the flotation device, do the airplane thing. You can find life jackets under your seat and blah 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 blah. Insist that people wear them and test them and tell them where the first aid kit and safety equipment, and talk about the boat and holding onto the boat and keeping on one's arms, legs in the boat, the effects of the motion and sound and alcohol and everything, and if there's an emergency and how to signal. Okay. The majority of those who drowned each year had flotations devices and failed to wear them. Secure your own mask without... The nearest exit may be behind you. Secure your own mask before assisting others. If there are sharks, I mean, I don't think that's a big deal. All right. The operator on a... should be in good working order. Check the manufacturer's instruction. Everyone should wear their PFDs. Just like everyone should wear their seatbelts. Don't use them as boat fenders. If they are damaged, that voids their status. Fit snugly, not tightly. Allow freedom of movement. Appropriate the size. The 3-finger test, right? Kayaking, sailboarding, water skiing, whitewater rafting, PFDs. They should turn an unconscious person face up. Wear it on board. Most important factor preventing boating deaths. Instruct them on how to put it on while in the water. Spread it open so it floats with the inside facing up. Rotate it. Extend both your arms through the... It is incorrect to assume that it will be possible for you to locate and put on a flotation device once you've fallen into water, even if you're a very good swimmer. Cold water temperatures can paralyze you when in waves or hamper your search, and it may stand the boat away from your reach. Yes, if you don't wear your life jacket and it's on the boat, then that's kind of exactly where you... I know people have died about this, but it is best to mock the dead so that one does not feel the urge to become among them. Yeah, they're a lot easier. Yeah, if they're easy to wear, but they're only approved, I think they're only approved for people over 16, I think. Oh yeah, no, I've just been waiting for the thing to finish. We only have 2 more chapters. Maybe I should just like marathon this to the end. It's not even that long of a stream. Like I think I assume that... I don't know whether I... I assume, like, I can just review a couple things. Okay, fuel safety precautions. Step-by-step guide to follow when refueling a pleasure craft fitted with a gasoline or diesel engine. These steps are not only good common sense. More of the vessel security to prevent spillage. Shut off all engines. Ensure that person is not involved in fueling the craft go ashore. Extinguish all open flames. Ensure no one smokes in the area while refueling is in progress. Turn off electrical switches. Do not operate electrical devices. Close windows, portholes, hatches, and cabin doors. Move portable tanks ashore before refilling them with fuel. Okay. See? I just realized I don't have on the off chance that anyone has said anything in YouTube chat. I don't actually have visibility to that. Do I have a YouTube only one? Do I have a YouTube only one? I just want to. I don't expect people to do watch YouTube, but like, you know, why do I not have a? Why do I have 3 chats that are all just, you know? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Great. What now? Oh, I'm waiting for this thing to... Oh, wait. Sorry. Fuel safety precautions. Okay. When I'm refilling a pleasure craft, shut off all engines. Moor it. Shut off all engines. Everyone get off the boat. Extinguish all flames. No smoking. No electric devices. Close windows, portholes, hatches, cabin doors. Move portable tanks ashore before refilling them with fuel. All right. Close everything. Move portable tanks ashore. They're highly volatile. Vapors pull out. They settle into the bottom. Never fill a portable tank while it's in a boat. Okay. Because it'll just go into the boat and they can explode. Sparks must be avoided. Touch the side of your tank with your hand to ground yourself, I guess. Maintain the contact before withdrawing completely. Touch the side of the tank while removing the nozzle. Okay. So you have to ground yourself. Operated the ventilation blower for at least 4 minutes. I think like marine fuel is different from regular fuel, right? Don't overfill. Clean up spillage. Operate the ventilation blower for 4 minutes. Sniff for fuel. That's that was one of the crossword puzzle things. It's not that different. I've never fueled a car. Well, I mean, I've fueled a car, but like I haven't like, you know, fueled a car in terms of like, you know, a real... Oh no, it's not that different. Sorry. It's not that different in terms of like the composition of fuel. Sorry, I thought for a moment there my brain went to like the procedure is not that different. It's like this procedure seems like relatively different. Imagine it's like everyone get out of the car, we're putting the fuel. All right, they have a blower to remove fuel. Oh, that's the bilge area. Yeah, that seems like a place where fuel would collect. Underway ventilation system. You need to operate the blower system 4 minutes before you start the engine. Ensure it's below explosive levels. Altimeter tells the condition of the battery. Pressure, oil pressure gauge, water temperature gauge. If it's overheating, if it's warmed up and running smoothly. If it's a gasoline engine, must have ignition protected electrical devices. Seals, flame arresters. Yes, you should only use ignition protected. Wiring electrical coils. Most Canadian ignition protected components. Car or truck engine? I guess the engine. Okay. Many older boats are car or truck engines which are not ignition protected. It's very funny. Well, it's horrifying, but like also funny. Hello, welcome. I'm getting a boat license. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Welcome to the stream. I am learning to boat. I'm doing the basic safety training course to boat. And reading about carbon monoxide. I'm at chapter 5 of 7? I'm at the end of chapter 5 of 7, actually. So we actually are 5 out of 7 of the way there, and then there's like an hour and a half long quiz, I think. Okay. Carbon monoxide is acutely toxic. It's toxic. Low levels of carbon monoxide poisoning can be confused with flu symptoms, food poisoning, other illnesses. Shortness of breath, mild nausea, mild headaches. Moderate levels of CO exposure can cause death. High levels can cause death within minutes. Carbon monoxide poisoning is reversible. Okay, all right. Fuel burning engines and appliances. I see. Battery operated carbon monoxide detector. All right. Just get them in the fresh air. Open all windows and doors. Take those who are subjected like to a hospital emergency room and get a blood test. If you should install high quality carbon monoxide detector close to where people will be sleeping. All right. Are we getting sources for a thesis? A boat thesis? A Cruel Angels thesis? I know all the synonyms of thesis. Are there oceanic frogs? Actually, frogs might actually be another source of fresh water. No amphibian. There's only the crab-eating frog, actually, that hold on. I guess the question is whether hold on. Does VTubal think that frogs are aquatic? I think they are. Amphibian frog? Froggy. Yeah, I think. Turning the frogs oceanic. There's one oceanic frog. Are the frogs already actually? There's another question. Is like among frog VTubers, are they more likely to be gay than other VTubers? And are they more likely? I mean, I think VTubers are more likely to be gay than people in general. But like, but are the frog VTubers particularly likely to be gay? This is an important scientific question. I guess now that the Onion has bought InfoWars, I guess like maybe they can have a VTubing agency that has a bunch of frog VTubers, which would be very funny. Although I guess maybe the Onion would not. I think that would be very funny. Hold on. Maybe I should just pitch this to the Onion. They should just have a VTuber agency. There's Lily Hops, Froggy Hopkins, there's Froggy Lock, right? I don't know okay. Weirdly enough, like I think probably the easiest place to figure out where hold on. Let's see. All frog VTubers. Frog VTuber list. I guess Evil Toaster doesn't exist anymore, but was a frog VTuber. Oh, Koki? Koki, right? Is Koki's a frog? Or I believe Koki's a frog. There are a couple of smaller ones. Carrot Kuromi from My Holo TV. Also Lily Hops is apparently not a frog. Apparently Lily Hopkins is not a, like, canonically not a frog. Just likes them. Not frog. Just girl who likes frogs. It's just that's her lore. Frog enjoyer and not actually frog. Non-frog. Idle in well-ventilated areas. Heat or cabin with heat or cook with gas when you're in well-ventilated areas. Carbon monoxide detector designed for marine use. Fresh air circulation cabin. Well-ventilated. If they're idling. Swimming. Yeah, okay. Don't swim where don't, yeah. We'll have an idle meeting where the boats just idle next to each other. And release, like, you know, fluids into the, yeah. Fuel burning appliances. Yeah, OME, yeah. OME also counts. Also, Kiara has that frog thing. Oh yeah, but wait, there's also Amy Amami, who is a frog, right? From X Prism, right? Who is the now extremely open kind of alter ego of Phoebe, because they all just got their, you know, they've just incorporated, Phoebe has just incorporated all of her VTuber personas into one, like, kind of very open kind of amalgam of people. So, all right. Well ventilated fuel gas cylinders, never leave it. That seems like carbon monoxide. All right, let's see if they can get this. Test all. Don't test the. You can't test the pirate. Secure the mooring buoy. Can you what? I don't think you can test all pyrotechnic distress signals. Automotive. They are not fitted with ignition protected devices. Yeah. To prevent death. It's not actually the law to wear flotation devices at all times, but to prevent death. You want to not die. To not die. To not press the blue button or whatever. I don't know. All pyrotechnic, what? That's... Safe operation of a pleasure craft. Overloading. Failure to distribute weight. Yeah, both of them. Improved. All, yeah. All, you should always have all of them. It prevents blood from absorbing oxygen. Deactivate the sail plan. Yeah. So that people don't send a search and rescue after you. Before each boating trip, prepare and file a sail plan. Adequate experience with the type of boating activity? Type of craft? Yeah, okay. I think this is right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the weird mooring buoy things are just like a red herring. Okay, underway. We're very close to the end. I guess there's 13 sections here, so we got a whole bunch of these. We got an ad break coming up, so I'm gonna do a press the bay for 10 seconds. Like, oh shit. Have you guys seen this? It's like you press one button, like get $1 million. Press another button, become bay for 10 seconds. It's just like, oh shit. Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot. Very funny. This is like my sort of peak VTuber meme. It's like this just pressing the wrong button in some video game. I assume she didn't just not press the. I pressed the wrong button. All right, underway. Safety activities. This is a big section. Departure. All right. If you have passengers, brief them on how to cast off the vessel and how to sit while the craft is moving. As you pull away, your vessel will swing in towards the dock as the bow swing. Okay, so it's like sort of the opposite of parallel parking. Push your boat away from the dock so the stern is clear by a foot, and the bow is further out from the dock than the stern. You'll sit lower in the water when you start to move forward. Ah, yes, okay. There's a chance the propeller will strike bottom. Yeah, okay. So the front of the boat will kind of go up, and then the bottom of the boat will go. The back of the boat will go down. So you have to know the depth. Depart slowly so that you don't. You must turn the wheel more at slower speeds. Make sure there's nobody in the water. Slow down. Be alert for swimmers and divers. Keep outside of swimming and diving areas. Don't start a boat motor while the motor's in gear. Make sure that all passengers are seated before getting underway. Never allow passengers sit on the bow, stern, and we have an ad break. And so let's do the next words on stream right now. Barge is a that's a boat. Grab. Yeah, it's six. Oh, beggar. Barg. How about letting out your rage? Your rage. Rage in the machine. Garb. Let's go. Gerb. Isn't Gerb a Hollow Knight boss? Brag. Brig. There's only one 6-letter word left. Gabe. Owner of all things video game. Oh, bear. Sorry, bear with me here. Also bear. It's the Bear Bears. I still find it so fucking funny that the looming fruit, like, just in terms of the Bernstein Bear stuff, right? Like, the looming fruit relic in Slay the Spire 2 is either shown with a cornucopia or not, depending on, like, what your session ID is. Like, it stays the same on the save file. I'm gonna ban from the Reddit. Yeah, they don't want you to know. I'm telling you the secrets that they don't want you to know. They're trying to hide it from us, right? They're trying to do a regime of censorship. But right here, I'm telling you the truth that they don't want you to know. That the cornucopia shows up differently for the looming fruit relic, depending on, you know, what your ID is, so that they, you know, can start some sort of weird Mandela effect thing based on the fruit of the loom Mandela effect around the cornucopia existing or not. You heard it here. Oh wait, the ad's still going. Excuse me. Sorry, I was going on a tinfoil hat rant, and you know, I didn't realize that we were still actually playing the game. Sorry, it still adds. I mean, one of the letters is fake. I think atoll is spelled with, it has two L's. Toilet. Okay, hold on. The A is fake. A is fake. Tote. Totes. Totes fake, though. Light. Tile? Wait, I'm still locked. Hold on. Tile. Can we get all of them? Twile? Is that a... Oh, I mean, I'm still locked. Is that a word? Isn't that a form of... Isn't there like a form of fabric or something? Toad? No, I got Toad. You got Toad already. All right, well, ad break's over now. All right, we continue. We continue the boat. We continue to learn how to boat. All right, be aware of swimmers and divers. Never let a person board the vessel while the motor is running. Always turn off the motor. Always responsible boat. Boat does not have brakes. It has to be moving in order to be steered. It does not have brakes. The boat does not have brakes. It has a motor that you can do opposite, I guess. It has an anchor. Don't let passengers sit on the boat gunwale, stern transom, or swim platform unless the motor is turned off. The motor is not running. Never buzz other users of waterway or try to use your pleasure craft to spray other waters. Don't buzz water. Oh, man. Trying to spray somebody with their boat. Jumping the wakes of other vessels, driving close to other vessels, or crossing in front of other vessels. An anchor is a kind of brake, that's true. And a sea anchor is definitely a kind of brake. That's extremely a kind of brake. It's just a thing that is you drag behind you that like just breaks you. Not a thing that goes on the ground, but like it kind of like, yeah, don't be an irritant. Don't be all loud. Don't be like one of these obnoxious powerboaters that like just does stupid bullshit. Courtesy and common sense to avoid a hazard. Familiar with type, well, yeah, and then let's see how we're doing. I think we've got what? These are each like 3 minutes, I think. Adjust it so the hull tilts up. Hull tilts up at approximately 3. A planing hull. I see. Okay. I see. The planing hull is like, this is a sort of powerboat kind of thing. I see. It's weird tiny powerboat things. Diver down flag is the red line thing. Yeah, there's a red and white flag and buoys, and there's also the white flag A, which is like don't go 3. Oh, can be a boat thing too? Okay. Please keep 100 meters away from the diving site. Don't kill divers. Popular diving areas are not normally indicated on charts. Okay. I mean, most of these sections are like 30 seconds because they're small, right? All right. Constant lookout for collision hazards. Use sight and hearing to avoid it. That seems very... Yes. Look around when operating a vessel. Be on deck. Look around. Make sure that there are no collisions. Keep a lookout. Listen for signals. Cool. Safe speed. Boats don't have brakes. Oh, this boat got completely fucking destroyed by this buoy. That's very funny. I mean, it's bad, but like, you know, this stopping distance. Traffic density, maneuverability, navigational hazards. When you're not in sight of other vessels and you're near restricted visibility, then be safe. And long and short blast sound signals using improved sound signaling device. Wind and water conditions can cause you to lose control of your vessel, increase the risk of injury or loss of life. Slow down bad weather. Proceed with caution. Don't use your wake and wash to damage other things like people, wildlife, swimmers, bathing areas, docks, wetlands, the shorelines, small vessels. Don't be a dick with your wake. Don't use your dick to be awake. Wait, don't use your wake to be a dick. Sorry. Don't use your... Also, don't use your dick to make... Actually, honestly. Hold on. Do guys use their dicks to make wakes? I guess they probably do. Wait, no, they do. I assume they do. In the bath? Is that... Do they do that? Can somebody with experience of this, like, chime in? You're not supposed to be a dick with your wake, but do you ever make a wake with your... Like, is this a thing that you do? To be clear, the wake is, what is it? Where's the nautical terminology? Okay. Yeah, this is the wake, right? No, I mean, I assume if you move it around, you can create a wake, right? I know. I don't have a... I don't get to have a, you know, a say in this. I'm doing a... I need to ask chat because, like, you know, I'm not equipped to answer this question. So. All right, let's go back to the... Wait, when did it... Since when did I have, like, all of these different... Safe speed. Okay, cool. Other vessels. Yeah. Since when did I get all of these other parts of the chapters? Okay. You should have a compass. Usually it's mounted as spirit... Excuse me. Binnacle. The binnacle. I have not heard... All of these nautical terms. Their question is not even a shrimp can answer. Yeah, I don't meet the qualifications. Are you going to keep it a secret from me? Fine. There are some things that the shrimp must not be allowed to know. Such as making a wake with your dick. Compass can be invaluable in finding your way back to shore. I learned this from Curse of Monkey Island. This is if you're small, you don't need a magnetic compass, but you do need one if you're more than 8 meters. All pleasure craft navigating outside of sea marks must carry a magnetic compass, including tiny ones. Now, if you're big, you have to have navigation safety regulations. Anything with a magnet should be kept well away from a compass, like VR trackers, I guess? I don't know. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe this is what prevents me from VTubing while operating a boat, is that, like, the I mean, probably not. I don't know, maybe the flux pose trackers cause too much electrical interference or magnetic interference and they can't actually do it. I'm a planing hull, yeah, I guess so. Keep Hatsune Miku away from the compass. Does this mean that Hatsune Miku is not allowed to operate boats, like, except for small boats within a, you know, sea markers? I mean, just saying. I mean, if you actually look at them, I mean, this is basically just Hatsune Miku, right? Like, but this is just Miku. And is this Teto? Miku and Teto. They're next to each other, but they're separated by the channel. Da 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 dun da 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 dun. Those are Ren and Lin. Ah, yeah. You can start magnet fishing. I should start magnet fishing while singing a cover of the Vocaloid song Magnet. It's Gumi and Teto. All right, that's fair. That's true. Keep an eye on the weather. Summer thunderstorms can strike quickly. Head for shore. Use a marine radio. You can get a receiver continuous marine weather forecast. If you get into a thunderstorm, reduce speed, head for the shore. Everybody put on the flotation. Secure gills. If you got caught in a squall, alter course to point your vessel into the wind. Keep your vessel on a course that poses the least risk of taking a wave on board. If you must, I guess pointing into the wind, does that like reduce your speed? Or does that kind of push you out of the storm? They make green Vocaloids now. Weather information updates. Yes. Move in a direction. If you must move downwind, then make sure you don't go downwind directly because, like, oh, okay, because of the where's the waves hitting the stern may flood over the transom and swallow your vessel. I see. Oh, because the waves should hit your front of your boat, not the back. Waves won't capsize you. Okay. I guess the storm is kind of sucking you into it. I guess the storm winds go towards the center of it. Being prepared goes beyond having your boat properly equipped and maintained. Check your marine charts. Ask knowledgeable local residents. Talk to your local, like, you know, salty sailor guy. Lowhead dams. Oof. Do not appear to be dangerous. However, they're very dangerous during periods of high runoff. There's a backwash. It sucks objects to the face of the dam where they're sucked under. They just slurp you down. It's a near perfect drowning machine. Keep well clear of low-head dams. Oof. It's a drowning machine. Yeah. 2009? Oh, Gumi. Sorry, excuse me. I saw it debuted, and I just immediately thought VTuber, and I saw 2009. I'm like, like, there are very few VTubers who debuted that early. I think Amy Yamato, like, is debuted in... when did Amy Yamato do her first video? She was... Hold on. I think even her first video was in... 2011. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking, like, you know, Amy Yamato is a VTuber who's been around since 2011, but like there's very, 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 very few. I don't think any VTubers have been around since 2009, maybe? I don't know. Maybe there's like exactly one person, like, you know, annoying orange. Sorry, I'm just gonna get distracted by VTuber everything. Every every Vocaloid just will turn into a VTuber. I mean, probably many of them have. People have just made, you know, models for them and use them. Okay, sorry. Safety. The thing, not dying in the water. Some valleys can have a funneling effect on wind. Okay. Shallow water, you can run aground. If you're in an estuary, go to tide tables. Okay. Tidal currents. Rapids. You can capsize or hit your hull in the rocks and underwater cables and pipelines. You can snag on a cable. Overhead obstacles like bridges, power lines, cables. That's like the main reason that you can't navigate certain places. Luca has been around since before. Yeah. Luca is actually the first Let's Player I ever saw, and I think she was playing Honey Pop, actually. Well, the first one that I ever, like, kind of really properly watched, I guess. Luca is kind of the person who, like, introduced, like, the concept of person playing video game in video form. Which is, But yeah, I mean, there are people who have been content creators who are now VTubers, who have been content creators for 10 million years. Oh, so it's really the Luca family. Yeah, Luca is the one to blame. And Luca's a horse, and also probably one of the oldest VTubers I know outside of that one, you know, grandma VTuber agency in Japan. I think Luca is, like, probably the youngest indie VTuber I know of. Sorry, the oldest. Excuse me, not the youngest indie VTuber. The oldest indie VTuber I know of. I think she's almost 50. The youngest? I guess not a lot of kids are indie VTubers if their parents are kind of managing them. So usually they only show up as, like, kind of side people on their parents' streams. Rapid buildup of high wave conditions. Keep in mind that the waves will gain in height as you move into shallower water. Debris from shorelines after heavy rains or stream river creek rise. Rapid buildup of high wave conditions. If you're approaching storage, seek shelter from storm waves. Keep in mind the waves will gain in height as you... What? Waves will gain in height as you move into shallower water. Okay. I see. This is like the sort of, Ventroof? No. What's the, there is a... Shit. No, there's an effect. It starts with a V, right? Like when you have, like, I'm spun. V effect where low pressure to high pressure starts with V. Venturi effect. It's kind of Venturi effect-ish, kind of a little bit, maybe, possibly. Venturi, Venturi. It's not. It's not the same thing. But I'm like thinking about this, right? This is the thing I'm thinking about. But it's not. It's not the same thing. I'm crumbling it. I've been studying for an exam for 5 hours. 5.5 hours. I think at this point, like, you know, I just want to go do it, and I should just take the exam tonight and do it. I should just get my boat license. I did play the crossword for an hour, that's true. And, you know, we've done a little bit of some other things, but my thing now is like, it's fine. We should just go for it. Overhead obstacles, debris from heavy rains, and yeah, okay. Waves will gain in height as you move into shallower waters. Yeah, okay. Sun, wind, motion sickness, and alcohol. Don't drink and boat. Alertness, balance, coordination, reflexes, judgment, response time, eyesight, and hearing. A safe boater keeps the above fatigue factors and finds type steps to reduce their effects and recognize their symptoms when they occur. Be well rested before going on the water. Wear sunglasses to reduce the effect of sunlight. And drink water or juice. Don't consume alcohol or drugs before or while operating a pleasure craft. They're similar. They are basically the same as DUIs, which are very bad in Canada. Boats can go faster. No boats have crash protection or brakes. Drinking alcohol is just as illegal on a boat as in a car. I see. Okay. There you go. All right, there you go. So that's actually you can't drink on the boat unless you are actually operating a licensed bar or a licensed event. So you got to actually pleasure craft, yeah, you'll lose your driver's permit. Drinking 1 on board a boat is equivalent to drinking 3 on land. Drink your alcohol on land, I guess, yeah. After driving home or to a bar which you have public transit back from. Some boats are private residences. I don't know how this impacts. I don't know exactly how it considers a boat to be residence or not. It's different from Japan, where it's like, you know, I don't know whether a boat is considered to be a private residence. Anchoring. Ensure that the anchor line cable fittings you buy are the right type and size for your vessel. If your pleasure craft's anchor and its cable are not of the appropriate weight and size in wind, water, and bottom conditions, sorry, I'm in a mood. I read bottom conditions. I'm like, you know, I'm not thinking of the bottom of the boat. I'm just, you know. Anchor line, cable fittings. Length of stay is the most important factor to consider when anchoring. Boat anchor, wind and wave conditions, anchor size and guidelines. 2 types of anchor. 15 meters of chain if you're a short boat. 30 meters of chain if it's a medium-sized boat. And 50 if it's a long boat. 50 and 30, 50. Shackle pin must have a locking device. Ah! That is very dramatic. That was very dramatic. Pleasure craft, bottom positions, day drinking, yeah. The shackle pin on your anchor line must be equipped with a locking device. I don't know, that's... If you're in an area affected by tides, do not forget to consider depth changes caused by a rising or falling tide. Also make sure that your anchorage provides enough swing room. Scope. It's a ratio between the length of the anchor road and the depth of the anchorage. So 6.1. Okay, so it's the length, the depth of the water. So 6.1 is the, so the more storm, right? It's the ratio between the hypotenuse and the depth. So it's like inverse, like hold on. So when you take the was it inverse cosine or whatever? Cosecant? Or secant? You take the secant of your boat, of your anchor. So you just need a longer anchor on a narrow, let's see. I guess the more long your anchor line is, that's the scope. This is like this is a really weird, like, this is not actually what, this does not look like 7-to-1. This is like a very, 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 very strange, like, kind of thing, right? Like, let's see. Small recreational boats, they just pivot and bury under tension, firm sand, gravel, mud. Mushroom anchors, neat. Several thousand pounds. Grapnel canoes, they're just grappling hooks. Large ships, just super heavy. Slam and down and sway in full circle. Huh. Plow. They reset that. These are just like the nice modern anchors. So he can't be, see, curious? The more storm? Type of anchors will determine on the holding power you need and type of bottom that exists where you expect to anchor. Is it sand, rock, mud, or bratty? It is a good idea to equip your craft with more than one type of anchor so that you can set your anchor in more than one type of bottom. Oh, I see. We're never getting through yet. Never said that. Oh. Small anchor. Don't put it over the side or the, okay, you put it at the front. Short boats, you put it at the front because the front is higher, I guess, yeah. The soft bottoms are quite difficult, yeah. Mm-hmm. What have we all become? Get different types of anchors so you can sink them into different bottoms. This is not a kellet. It's a weight attached part way down. Okay. To keep the top part near vertical and okay. So when when you're setting it into the bottom, you want to keep the top part vertical in orientation. You just like, it's very important to maintain the orientation of the top when you're sinking it into the bottom. Because because this will help the anchor descend to the bottom. Oh God. Oh man. Oh man. Dennis, by the way, is the one who responded on Twitter to the whole question about sea. Like I that whole thing about freshwater sea tubers. Dennis is in fact the one that ended up responding over. I guess water skiing is towing. You got to have a spotter. I didn't think about that actually. That does count as towing. All right, so you can't water ski at night. You cannot remote control your vessel. Spotter has to be on board. There has to be a seat for each person being towed, so there's to be a 3-person watercraft. They should always be able to control the actions of the towboat via hand signals. Turn left, turn right, okay. Speed okay, stop, slower, faster. Thumbs down, thumbs, it's like, how are you doing? And you give the thumbs up, and then you're like, oh no, oh God, faster, oh shit. I forgot that okay was just put your hands above yourself. Oh man. And there's a retrieval. The guy's just in the water. This is very funny. Oh shit. Sorry. Person is just like half sinking. It's all right. You know, it's. I'm probably gonna like water ski at some point eventually and just eat my words, but like, you know, making fun of water skiers. That's true. Been hella busy. Pollution from vessels takes many forms, including spilled fuel, oil, cleaning compounds, sewage, and garbage. Any activity impacts the natural water courses, the potential violent provisions of the Fisheries Act, and fish habitat, and pumping oily bilge water into a waterway, or using toxic paint on the hull of your vessels. Yeah, don't pollute my stream background. All right. No person shall deposit or permit the deposit deleterious subject of any type in water frequented by fish. Ah, you deposited water in a place frequented by fish. It's fine.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
All right. Oh, you dropped a Game Boy. Oh no, you dropped the Game Boy. No. I do like the broken Nixie tube and the road sign. I did put the road sign in there. I'm sorry. Look. The deleterious substance will not enter. Always use environment-friendly cleaning products. The offense to fail to report the deposit of deleterious substance is also an offense to fail to take reasonable measures to prevent the deposit of deleterious substance. Yeah, so basically, you gotta, like, I'm sorry, all of you have to report to the Canadian Coast Guard that the Game Boy was dropped overboard. Keep your bilge clean. Pump it into a container and take it ashore. Don't use bag sorbent materials. You can... Sorbent. I didn't even know that sorbent... These are like... Okay, nautical stuff is full of like potential, you know, mortal words? I don't know. Don't pump your sewage into waterways using a holding tank. Federal sewage regulations. In Great Lakes, if you have a vessel with a toilet, you need a holding tank. Never throw garbage overboard, especially plastic. Plastic shopping bags cause the deaths of hundreds of thousands of aquatic animals. Smart cleaning products. Never use detergents that contains phosphate. Do not try to top off your tank when refueling. We can't just free flush directly. Well, I think actually you can free flush directly into the ocean if it's international waters. I believe you can. I believe that is actually, well, I mean, international waters are complicated, but there's I believe a certain, like, at least in the US, I think there's a certain distance away from shore. Yeah, well, yeah. There's a difference between internal waters, right? Like, this is the Great Lakes and inland waters, right? Like, if you're out on the ocean, 12 nautical miles, yeah. If you're 12 miles out, you can dump your sewage into the ocean. You can just free flush into the ocean. It might be a bit of a dick move, but you can do it. Phosphate is a nutrient that can promote population explosions among aquatic microorganisms. See, don't kill fish. Don't kill organisms in the ocean, but also don't do the opposite of that, because that'll kill fish. No, but Flint, Michigan is in the Great Lakes, which, you know, it's the Great Lakes. Actually, I don't know whether Flint, Michigan. I assume it's a Great, yeah. Is it Great Lakes? I assume it's on the Great Lakes. Flint, Michigan. I mean, no part of Michigan is on any lake other than something connected to that system anyway. Is Flint, like, inland? Where is Flint? Which lake is Flint? Is Flint inland? Flint. 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 Flint is pretty inland. It's closest to Lake Huron, although it's kind of a wash, but not a wake between Lake Ontario and Lake Huron. Flint isn't on the lake, yeah. It's on the Swartz Creek. Hold on, what's the? See, it looks like the sort of place that is like on some sort of river, but like, you know, they're almost all on some weird river, right? Oh, there's a lake up the way, the Flint River. Well, honestly, I don't know what I expected. Anti-fouling paints containing toxic substances. Don't keep your hole waxed. Wax your holes. Don't paint them, I guess. I don't know. Salmon are kind of like trout. But yes, the Flint drinking water is in fact fixed now. It was historically, yes, the Flint drinking water was extremely bad, but I believe it was fixed. It recently has been fixed. They finally did the things to fix the water, and now the water is fixed. Minimizing your wake and propeller wash. Yeah. Moderate the speed when you're shore to ensure that they don't cause shoreline erosion, damage property, or disturbance to other users. Marine paints. Toxic waste disposal center. Report pollution. Prevent the introduction and spread of invasive species. Inspect and remove fouling plants and animals from the boat, anchor, trailer equipment, and fishing tackle after leaving a body of water. Drain water from the motor, bilge, and transom wells after leaving the water. Never release live bait into a body of water or release animals from one area to another. Wash and dry all fishing tackle, nets, boat, and equipment to kill harmful species. Some species, such as zebra mussels, can survive for several days out of water, so it's important to rinse your boat and all equipment in fresh water. Dry your boat and all equipment for at least 5 days before transporting it to another body of water. All right, let's see. If you're caught in the Uh... I guess you could do all of the above. I think those are all options. I think head for home quickly, right? When is a magnetic compass unreliable? When located next to a radio speaker. Move slowly when pulling away from a dock. Never start a boat motor with a... Okay. Move slowly when pulling away from the dock. Never start a boat motor... I mean, I think so. When is it required to have a magnetic compass? When operating out of sights of sea marks. When determining a safe speed for your vessel, all maneuverability, traffic density, state of visibility. Yeah. Black water is sewage water and must be taken ashore, pumped ashore for, yes. Do not dump all the sewage into the side. When it's broke. Strict owner could go into container. Yeah, I think it's actually a little bit different. Yeah. All of the above, impaired judgment, all of this. When is it mandatory? If it's greater than 12 meters or if it's operating outside of sea marks. When operating near all of this stuff, right? What is having someone on deck using sound signals, listening for signals from other vessels? Not most of the time. It's like all the time. I mean, most of the time is, yeah. No, it's listening for signals from other vessels. Yeah, okay. Reduce speed. All right, I did the all of the above. I took the all of the above baits. And I should not have. I should not have done the all of the above. By the way, we are 11 sections away from the end of this. I did get baited by the all of the aboves. You should not go too aggressive with the all of the aboves. All right. 40% of all drowning deaths result from boating activities. Many of them died close to a boat. All right. Capsizing, falling overboard, swamping, and collision. Alcohol, drunk boaters, and no life jacket. 27% fell over. 39% were in a collision. Only 13% of fatalities were wearing a PFD. 1 in 4 didn't have one in their boat. 43 died. 43% of the victims died less than 2 meters from shore or safety. Frickin' wild. 40% have alcohol involved. Yeah, wear the life jacket and don't get drunk. What? Why are we... Sorry, why YouTube link? Sorry, random YouTube link, not really... sorry. I don't know why random... Wait, did we talk about this, or... I assume not. It's WE, yeah. Why not? Rare life preserver. These are dead wrong, and emphasis on dead. You need to not fasten your seatbelt until your car is right about to crash into something. Okay. Regular malfunction or breakdown checks. Alter the speed of the craft as appropriate to the circumstances. Slow down enough to investigate the problem. If your engine is acting up, stop completely until you're in danger. Must maintain headway. Anchor the craft as appropriate to the circumstances. If you've lost power and drifting into a dangerous area, drop your anchor as soon as possible and maintain your position. If you're in a busy waterway, use paddles or oars to leave the channel, and then either set an anchor or pull the boat up on shore. Investigate the problem. If there's a problem with the engine, refer to the troubleshooting sections of the engine owner's manual. Correct the problem if possible. All pressure craft operators should carry an onboard toolkit, which should contain at least fuses, bulbs, a spare propel, and shear pin, nuts and bolts, penetrating oil, duct tape. Again with fuses, bulbs, spare propel, shear pin, nuts and bolts, penetrating oil, duct tape, spark plugs, and a spark plug wrench. Anchor the craft. Investigate the problem. Alter the speed of the craft. Slow down. Stop. Slow down or stop. Stop. Get some help. There's a malfunction. Stop. Get some help. Anchor, possibly. Anchor if possible. Leave the channel with oars and then anchor. Or just shore. For the troubleshooting section of the engine owner's manual. Everybody put on a flotation device immediately if there's a fire. Activate a fire extinguisher. Sweep it from side to side and for a few seconds. Make sure it goes completely out. The penetrating oil, yeah. It's moving, bring it to stop and orient it so it fires downwind from you. Ah, okay, all right. That's right. You can rotate. You can do something that other land fires can't do. Is that you can rotate the thing that is on fire until it is downwind from the person dealing with. That's very funny. Let's see. Recovering a person overboard. Fire extinguishers, shut off the fuel source. All right. Recovering a person overboard. If you're only going at 3 knots, then they'll be 15 meters away in 10 seconds. So you gotta maneuver around to return to the positions. Always be downwind so that the wind can crush them under your boat. So you get them on your windward side. Should use a life buoy, buoyant heaving line, ladder, or other device. Heaving lines and life buoys increase your ability to reach a person in the water without risking your life by leaving your vessel. Sound the alarm immediately. Slow down, stop if possible, and throw the person something buoyant to help save afloat. All right. Life buoy, buoyant heaving line, ladder, or other device. Assign one person to keep sight of the person in the water and to continuously point to the victim's location. Get pointed at. You could capsize the fire, I guess. Well, yeah. Can you carefully maneuver a bucket and a bunch of water is a type A fire extinguisher, right? Point. You got a point. When I'm 3D, I am looking forward so much to pointing. I'm gonna point at all of you. I'm gonna point at you individually. I point in your general direction. Slow down, stop, and possible throw. Assign one person to keep point downwind. Don't run them over. Throw them a buoyant heaving line or life buoy. Emergencies occur without warning. Make sure your buoyant heaving line is at hand and untangled, ready to throw. Line attached by both ends to the vessel and draped over the side, approximately touching the water, provides a good makeshift step to help a person overboard climb back up to the deck. Technique for covering a person overboard should be practiced to familiarize you and your crew with emergency procedures and to verify that all safety equipment is on board in proper working order. If somebody falls overboard, you must be able to locate and retrieve them quickly, even in night or in rough weather, and especially in cold water. Practice by rescuing objects such as a stick of wood. We had a thing where we're trying to rescue Turi's hat. And Yano was like the pointer, I think? I believe Yano was the pointer. Hypothermia and drowning. Falling overboard is common in some boating activities, like falling off a personal watercraft, and uncommon others, such as being swept overboard at sea. Must always be treated seriously. Don't rock the boat. Watch your step. Stay inside the boat. Don't sit on the gunwale. Never ride the bow when the vessel's underway. Most falls are simply due to the fact that the victim was standing at the side of the boat. Hold on to a rigid part of the boat when moving around. When using one hand to perform whatever task is required, use the other to hold on to some part of the boat. There's a reason why real sailors learn to tie knots one-handed. And it's not just because they're having fun. Yeah, no, I wanna do it so I can get it real pointy. I'll calibrate myself to point, to really point, my finger point. Do not cruise with booze. Stay on shore with bad weather. All right. Responding to a collision. Your vessel strikes a submerged object. Have all passengers don flotation devices immediately. Adjust your vessel's course and speed to proceed immediately towards safety. And investigate if possible to see if your vessel is taking on water. If it crashes with another vessel, immediately have everyone on board don flotation devices and assess the damage to both vessels. Best way to keep you and your passengers safe is stay out of the water. If both vessels are in danger of sinking and there's a risk of loss of life, issue a distress signal. And concentrate your efforts on saving the vessel that is least damaged. Once damage is brought under control on the lesser damaged vessel, shift efforts to keeping the other vessel afloat. If you're involved in an accident with another vessel, you must render assistance to that vessel. If you happen upon the scene of a collision, then the operator of pleasure crafts must assist any person found on the water who is in danger of being lost. Maybe the damage in an accident is slight. All operators' vessels involved in an accident must change their names, address, and contact information. Maintain a safe speed. Slow down congested areas. Be alert for swimmers. Maintain a proper lookout. Don't cruise with booze. Very, very standard things. Cold water shock. Okay. This is a big one. Okay, so we have, what is it? 5 more sections, and then the exam itself, I think, is, has to be taken within 30 days, contains 50 multiple choice questions, is 1 hour and 15 minutes long. All right. And then I can, take the official online exam. All right, I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close to getting a boating card. You know, I think we're actually almost in ads. So I'm going to, I'm going to read this, but then we're going to throw to the next round of words on stream. If you go into the water while not wearing a life preserver, it's unlikely you'll survive. If you're in cold water and you're not wearing a life flotation device, it's very unlikely you'll survive. 60% of drowning victims succumb in water less than 10 degrees Celsius. Cold. The cold hard facts. They can swim. They don't need to wear a flotation device. You get paralyzed for a minute. Immediate first stage symptoms are involuntary gasping, difficulty breathing, increased heart rate, and increased blood pressure. First stage of cold water shock will pass in about 1 minute. During that time, you must concentrate on suppressing panic, staying afloat, and getting control of your breathing. In the second stage of cold water shock, the initial shock is followed by a short time by progressive cold incapacitation, during which, as the muscles and the nerves in the limbs get colder, a person loses the ability to self-rescue or even to swim. 3 to 5 minutes after sudden immersion, will gasp for breath. You could also experience muscle spasms or a rise in your heart rate and blood pressure. Worse, you could choke on water or suffer a heart attack or a stroke. Even strong swimmers succumb to the effects of cold water shock. Shivering is an effective warming process, especially where the person is well insulated. Calorie replacement with warm fluids containing sugars. Sugar content is more important than the heat in warm liquids. No alcohol and tobacco. All right, so you gotta bring a whole bunch of sugar water. External warm heat can be applied to high heat transfer areas such as chest and underarms. Light exercise such as walking should only be attempted after a mildly hypothermic person is dry, has had calorie replacement, and has been stable for at least 30 minutes. A warm shower or bath should never be given as part of the warming process. Yeah. Yeah. Don't overload your vessel. Avoid heavy weather conditions. Yep. Wear your fucking life preservers so you don't die. Progressive cold incapacitation. 3 to 5 minutes after sudden immersion, you'll gasp for breath. You could also experience muscle spasms or a rise in your heart rate and blood pressure. Okay. You're presumably not wearing a wetsuit. Hypothermia. All right. Well, this is another one. Hypothermia is the next danger. Drop in core body temperature. Shivering and slurred speech. We're an ad. Fuck. I actually did the. God. Fuck. Okay. Sorry. We have the. I was so distracted by it just. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, we gotta do the ad break, but I'll just do a little bit of the chorus before then. And it's like, yeah. And then now we're in the crabs are carbs. Crabs do contain carbs. Also crab. Oh, scarab. Okay. So the D is fake. D is fake. Got it. Okay, now we're out of the ad break. Goddamn. Okay. All right. 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 Okay. Hypothermia. You get cold. You shiver. And then you lose consciousness. Person. Okay. Conserve energy and body heat. Just stay still if you're wearing light clothing and PFD. You lose body heat 25 times faster in cold water than cold air at the same temperature. So don't try to swim. Let's see. Wear the PFD or life jacket. Wear it with conjunction with multiple light layers of clothing, a water or windproof outer layer of clothing, or survival clothing such as dry suit, wetsuit, immersion suit, or exposure coverall. Climb onto a nearby floating object to get at least part of your body out of the water. Getting part or all of your body out of the water will double your survival time. The heat lessening escape position. By crossing your arms tightly across your chest, crossing your legs at the ankle, and then drawing the knees up close. If you cannot get out of the water in your group, huddle with the other persons by getting the sides of everyone's chest close together with arms around the mid to lower back and legs intertwined. Just huddle for body warmth. Dry shelter, boat cabin, tender cottage. Replace wet clothing with dry clothing. Only remove wet clothing if you can perform warm dry covering such as a sleeping bag or warm environment. Wrap the person in blankets, place dry coverings over the person, cover their head and neck. Cover the person with an insulating device and a vapor barrier. Applying warm, dry objects at a temperature between 40 and 45 Celsius. Offer warm milk, water, or juice, but not a stimulant. Do not massage the surface of the body, victim's body or extremities, as this can send cool blood to the body's core, causing the heart to fibrillate. Okay. Don't rub the skin. Do not rub the skin. Use signals. Always carry an emergency kit. Hug but do not rub. Emergency kit, flashlight, whistle, knife, first aid kit, emergency ration, drinking water, dry clothing. The extraction from the water must be as gentle as possible to avoid ventricular fibrillation. No part of the body should be rubbed or manipulated. It should be placed in a horizontal position. Wet clothing gently cut from the body, and the body dried and insulated as possible using dry blankets, dry clothing, other protective materials. If vital signs are present, person should be warmed up as previously described, not allowed to sit up and stand or until warmed up. Under no circumstances should a person be placed in a warm shower or bath. No oral fluids or food should be given, and no attempt should be made to warm up with exercise, including walking. All right. Core body temperature continues to decrease after rescue as cold blood from the extremities continues to return to the core. After drop. Internal organs will be sensitive to physical shocks. Should remain as inactive as possible so that blood from their cold extremities will not reach their core too quickly. A cold heart is particularly susceptible to ventricular fibrillation. A cold heart. So yeah, all that stuff with Frozen, the movie, it's all gone. That's not true. That's not real. Frozen, not real. She'd be dead. Actually, a whole bunch of these things. Also, Han Solo. Heat stroke. Heat exhaustion. Heat stroke is a medical emergency. Call an ambulance. Moisten the skin with lukewarm water. Use a fan to blow cool air across the skin. Let's see. So heat stroke, you can put them in a cool bath. You should not put them in a warm bath from hypothermia, though. Hey, Jay Sizzle, welcome. Hello. I am getting a boating license. I am registering to boat. Seasickness is nausea. Scopolamine. What the hell is scopolamine? Is there... I see. Devil's breath. It's a motion sickness medication. A transdermal patch. Has been used for 120 years. Or 145 years. It's not real. Bad cases of sweats. Let's see. Seasickness can be... Oh, wait. If you click off the tab... Oh, the timer still goes down if you click off the tab. Put some blueberry pomegranate base in your glove and... That's not real. You should use raspberry. It's the wrong... You use the wrong kind of, use the wrong kind of fruit, right? I mean, Jay Sizzle is a chef. Like, here, like, what kind of, like, fruit compote, like, looks most like blood in your opinion? If you're making fake blood out of fruit or some other type of, like, you know, if you don't get to use animals, let's say, but you're only using like fruit. More raspberry, cherry? I guess cherry, you know, cherry juice I think is actually very, very much that sort of very dark red color. Salty snacks from heat exhaustion. Body becomes so dehydrated as spread the production of sweat, then this avenue of heat reduction is closed. Okay. When the body is no longer capable of sweating, core temperature begins to rise swiftly. Heat exhaustion, rest in cool shaded area, cool fluids such as water, sports drinks, salty snacks, appropriate, loosen or remove clothing, cool water. Just... Oh. We did flip. Oh, they didn't have raspberry? Yeah. No alcohol or stimulants. That is very important. I did get some pretty bad heat exhaustion once, and I think it was basically because I'd had an alcohol. Hull leaks or flooding. Hull may suffer damage that causes leaks, such as striking some hull leaks. Component of the hull may fail. If it is moving, bring it to complete stop. This will reduce water pressure against the hull. Start bailing the water. Locate the source. Stop. Use tapered soft wooden plugs, rags, foam sponges, towels, or other soft material. And signal. Bilge pumps. All right. Make sure you have the manual things. Yeah. All right. And then you have distress signals, and then you say you need assistance. Yeah, your stimmies. Are you stimmies with the flip? Is that it? I mean, I need stimmies because, 15 seconds left of, 9, 8, 7. We are so close. We're like two things in a quiz away from the end of the course, I think. Capsizing, swamping, sinking, grounding. Determine whether the vessel or passengers are in danger. Immediately ensure that everyone on board is wearing a PFD or life jacket. Stay with the craft when it is appropriate to do so. Check that all on board are accounted for and safe, or use or exhibit signals to indicate distress and need of assistance. If your boat capsizes but is in no danger of sinking, climb onto the overturned hull and signal for assistance. Removing yourself from the water will prolong your survival time in cold water, as well as making you more visible to potential rescuers. Do not leave a floating vessel to swim ashore. The shore is always more difficult to reach than it appears. It's always more difficult to reach than it appears. Don't swim. Yeah. Put on life jackets. Stay with the craft. Check everyone. If it's capsized, turn onto the hull. Abandon ship. The method you should use to abandon a vessel depends on how much time is available. If your boat is on fire and sinking, then grab a PFD and go over the side as quickly as possible. If you have the presence of mind, be sure to jump over the windward side so that your sinking or burning boat will drift away from you once you are in the water. When jumping from your boat, jump feet first with your legs together and mouth closed. Once you're in the water, move clear of the boat and check to make sure that all crew members are accounted for. If the hull stays afloat, then stay nearby or climb back aboard. Hull is larger than you and easier to spot, and hypothermia can be avoided longer by getting out of the water. Compared to being in the water, keeping your body above water can double the time that you can resist hypothermia. If serious injury does not appear to be imminent, you can take more time in abandoning ship. Instruct all on board to put on their PFDs. If you have a radio, send a distress call. If you're inside of land, launch a distress flare or use some other method to signal for help. If you have a raft or dinghy, launch it and put everyone on board. Reduce or eliminate the risk in advance by always adhering to your following practices. Don't carry too many passengers. Don't install an outboard motor that's too large. Don't go out during bad weather. Keep the center of gravity as low as possible. Position passengers and gear on boats so as evenly distribute their weight. Yeah. I guess I did go on a ferry while the ferries, I guess, like, go out on bad weather. But then again, those boats can take a lot. And they're not pleasure craft. Pleasure craft have no excuse. All right. We have 15 seconds. Hopefully I can make this, hopefully I've not gone too, quickly through. I think I can make this. I think I can get this quiz. 6 minutes for distress signal. This is a lot. Oh, shit. Hold on. All right. This is the final countdown, this 6-minute thing. It's the final countdown. All right, cool. Distress signals. How to say that you're in distress. The midst of an emergency is not the best time to signal it down and figure out how to signal for help. You may only get one chance. All right. You want to be able to signal and you want to be able to see a signal. Yes. Every person who is the qualified operator of a vessel in any waters on receiving a signal from anyone, that person, vessel, or aircraft in distress shall proceed with all speed to render assistance and shall, if possible, confirm that the person is just in distress or the sender of the signal was received. Person receiving the distress signal is unable or in the special circumstances considered unreasonable or unnecessary to proceed to the assistance of a person, a vessel or an aircraft in distress, that the person is required to enter the reason in the official logbook of the vessel. Yeah, the criminal code requires all boaters to assist those in distress. Everything can be done without endangering your own life. If you're operating a radio or mobile phone, then you must contact the Rescue Coordination Center and inform them of the type and location of distress signal. It is an offense to make or report a false distress signal. So you've got to be able to recognize, use, or exhibit the signals. Foghorn, air horn, whistle, or bell, continuous sound signal. So, yeah. Gunshots fired in intervals of 1 minute. Parachute flares. Multi-star, 2 red colored star flares. 1 and then another one 15 later. A handheld flare giving off red colored light or smoke signal giving orange smoke. Okay. Raising and lowering arms outstretched to each side. Frantically waving one's arms or hat or towel is not a distress signal. You slowly and repeatedly raise and lower arms. That's okay. You can't. Frantic waving is not actually a distress signal. All right. Raising and lowering arms outstretched to each side. Flames aboard the vessel is a distress. Black colored flag above or below a black colored ball or anything resembling a black ball. Mayday broadcast by radio telephone. It's a sinking vessel. You use a VHF marine radio, you channel 16 and repeat Mayday 3 times, then state the nature of your emergency and your location. Pan is non-life-threatening Mayday. Pan 3 times, use channel 16. All right. SOS, yeah. NC is distress, I guess. Orange and a black square. There are a lot of these. There are a lot of ways to say help. An EPIRB signal. Marker die. Flashing a white light over and over and over again, like good once per second. Black square shape and black circle. Orange, black square, black circle. Channel 70. Marine radios, EPIRBs, Navtex, and Inmarsat. This is satellite stuff. All right. I'm only halfway down this. Okay. The Global Maritime Distress and Safety System. You do not require GMD SSS compatible stuff, but it is recommended. Connect to a GPS. Okay. Marine radio. Keep it tuned to channel 16. Know where you are. Prepared to describe your specific location. Make sure it has the digital selective calling feature on channel 70. 16 is only for emergency calling purposes. Once you call another vessel, take it to a working frequency. 70 should only be for digital communication. Yeah. 9-digit MMSI number for your radio. All right. These numbers are assigned free of charge. We're finally getting marine radios, and it's like, it's been the entire thing, right? Like, okay, hold on. Marine radio, they must obtain a restricted operator certificate in maritime. Okay. So I guess we have to, you know, if we are in fact doing one of those, I guess we get one of these. Hold on. Do I need to I see. Okay. There's I guess there is actually a whole ass course for that as well. Hold on. You need power and sail squadrons. Let's see. I guess this thing is also a thing. All right. VHF radio card. That's a whole ass other thing. All right, cool. It's that's a thing that is a thing. I guess we need a what do they do in the States? Do they need a four levers of priority? Distress, urgency, safety. Okay, distress, urgency, safety. Pan is urgent. Safety of navigation. Security 3 times and then the warning message. Okay. All right. Any other channel for non-urgent communications? Star 16. And GPS. And EPIRB. Labrador Coast has limited VHF radio coverage. Okay. Must be registered. Players. But you need to have flares. Parachute. Red Star. Fire it into the wind so it will drift back. All right. More than 45 degrees. Fire up, straight up. And fire it within 15 seconds. Let's see. Red flame torch. 1 minute. All right. Don't look at it. Because then you can't see. Smoke flare. Orange colored smoke. All right. For pleasure craft. Oh, sorry. I think I bumped the mic. Place it downwind so that they blow away from you. They're, I see. Okay. If they're close to, if you've got a small-ish boat and you are close to shore and then you don't need to carry flares. Let's see. Now, the Great Lakes are actually way bigger than that. Okay, cool. All right, heat exhaustion, heat stroke. Dry skin, I guess because you stop sweating? That's my guess. I have to retake this. 40% have alcohol involved. It's capsized but remains afloat. Move away. Climb onto the... Yes. Climb onto the hull. Deep hyperventilation muscles are almost instantly... I mean, I think both A and B, right? Operator of pleasure craft. To be able to send the... You have to be able to recognize and... Yeah, I guess it's all of the above, right? Confirm receipt of the signal. It's all of them, right? I think verified a risk in your... Don't warm bath and don't warm shower. Just calorie replacement. Stay downwind of the person. You don't want to run them over. If it's run aground, immediately ensure everyone's wearing a PFD. Okay. Heat exhaustion. Body's no longer able to cool itself. Okay, cool. Involuntary gasping, that's the... Yep. Go to party in distress as quickly as it's safe. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool, we did the course. All right. I will quickly check to see what kind of doxing is going to go take place with this thing. So I'm going to take a quick check to see. I'm going to update my information. I think I can actually start taking the course. I'm going to do it. I'm going to start it. I'm going to do this carefully, just in a way to. I can try again. If I failed today, I can try again tomorrow. But I would like to pass today if I can. Review the completed course material. I can take the course. The course is in fact open book. We'll try to figure out how to do this. Yeah, so I think I might just, so I'll have this, it's open book, so I can review the course material. It is, got everything, I think, correct here. Yeah. Let's see. And I think we're just gonna go for the exam, and then by the time we raid out, hopefully I'll have a boating license. Hopefully I'll be licensed to boat the moment that we come back from this. Yes, for weird. Here, I'll put this out of the way for like doxing reasons, I guess. And then yeah, we're gonna go. All right, cool. All right, taking the exam. It's starting. It is loading a whole bunch of stuff. I don't. It's being very. All right. It's taking its sweet ass time. Hold on. All right. Okay. I'm taking this on the actual official. This is the name that requires matches government ID. Oh god. Okay. Let's confirm the email address. Date of birth was my, yeah, made it date of birth, mailing address. Yes. Okay. First, last, email address. Yeah. Okay. I will not copy, transmit, share, record, or post any test questions or response electronically, digitally, or by any other means to or for anyone. So I won't actually tell you anything that's going on, but I am going to like quietly take this test. Well, I mean, I will not say anything about any of the test questions or responses because I'm in fact, saying this to the government. But I can be on stream, I think, as I do this thing. All right, so that's cool. I will just be here, and I will chill, and I will take this test, I guess. Mm-hmm. Cool. Submit, I think. Yeah. All right. I mean, in that case, there's no reason I can't just be here in the front. There we go. All right. Cool. I'm doing the secret voter exam. Uh, mailing address? I guess my mailing address is here. That's the mailing address. And yes. All right. Cool. There we go. All right. Okay. Select this link. I got this. All right, let's go. Okay. Um, mhm. Okay. These are pretty straightforward. Let's see. Okay. I guess I'm 28% of the I'm on 14 out of 50. Let's see. I should probably actually use the open book part of the open book stuff, right? I am just rushing through them and not actually giving myself enough time to... Hold on. All right. Yeah, we're doing it. I think let's see. Yeah. All right. I mean, I don't need to be that quiet about it. It is very dramatic. Hello. I guess I'm being relatively quiet, but as long as I don't actually say anything about any of the questions, it's like I don't need to be super silent. You know, I'm taking an exam technically, but like yeah. As long as I don't say anything about the questions or transmit any information about these questions, then it's fine. Let's see. Um I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Let's see. I think this is the thing. Let's see. Let's see. Um, Let's see. All right. All right, I'm going through it. I'm almost halfway done. I'm 21 out of 50. Let's see. Yes. All right. Okay. Mhm. Let's see. Da-da. Da-da, da-dun, 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 dun, 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 da-dun. Ba-da-ba. Okay. I'm halfway. Let's see. Um, go. I'm much more confident since I started doing the, like, since I started relying on the fact that in fact these things are open book, right? I was like, I'm trying to remember this thing. It's like, I probably can pass if I do that, but like, it is in fact much easier to just, you know, simply, simply actually get the answers of the thing. Um, see. Um, where's the, looking for a thing. There was a, there was a thing I'm looking for. Nope. See. All right. Mm. Yep. 31. Let's see. Um, da dum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba 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 ba. Let's see. Yep. All right. Cool. Um, let's see. Okay. We're at 34. Pretty sure. Okay. Um, yes. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Um, okay. All right. All right. We're 41. Uh, yep. We're close to the end. Okay. Let's see. Da-da. Do 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 do. Ba-da-ba. See. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Dum. All right. Okay. We're almost done. We're 44:50. I guess we had an ad. There's an ad break, but I am on a timer with this exam, so I guess we didn't do anything there. Let's see. Da da da. We can. Mhm. Okay. 6 more questions. 5 more. See. Okay. Cool. All right, two more questions. We're almost done. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. All right, last question. Hmm. All right, moment of truth. Most likely I passed. I assume given I realized about like a third of the way in that it's open book. Or I remember that it's open book, but yeah, we did the last one. I guess I get to find out if it's a thing. We'll see. It is taking its sweet time to calculate. We'll see. I presumably got some of them wrong in the beginning. They do not actually tell you which ones you got right and which ones you don't get wrong, but I passed. Great. I got 94%. Great. So I got 3 of them wrong. Hopefully those weren't too important. Cool. I have a... There we go. All right. All right, we got boated. Boat has gone binted. Okay. So now yeah, great. Thanks. That was what I wanted to do. I'm now I can now boat. I have in fact done the boating, and now I can boat in Canada, and let's figure out who to raid. Let's figure out who's around. I mean, I feel like, oh man. I mean, let's go. You know what? Sure, why not? Let's go to let's raid run it. Why not? I know I raid run a lot, but whatever. Let's raid run it. The cool. Raid message. If you have a thing, if you have a sub, it's boat goes binted. It's literally just boat goes binted. There you go. All right, if you have a sub, that's a raid message. If you don't have a sub, it's boat goes binted. There you go. Boat goes binted. Great. Thanks for hanging out on stream. Thanks. I can vote. I am now an official able to vote, and see you guys in 2 days at 3 p.m. Eastern on Friday. And then we have Oshi uplink on the weekend. Everyone else on the water, watch out. This is a registered boater, official licensed boater. All right. Let's frickin' go. Bye. See you later. Bye.